Hello and welcome to This Week in Laker Football. It's your exclusive look week to week all season long into your hometown team, the West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football squad. I'm Tyler Keith here on Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and always online on civiccentertv.com/Lakersports. In addition, find us on YouTube at Civic Center TV. A really interesting matchup for the Lakers this week at Lake Orion High School, so we thought we'd do a special episode and take our show on the road to Lake Orion. We'll talk to some of the athletes from this year's team. We'll talk to head coach Zach Hilbers about the game afterward, and talk to others from throughout the greater West Bloomfield community, give you an inside look at these Lakers. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get into all the action as the Lakers take on the Lake Orion Dragons this week in week number 4. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football. Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football, your exclusive weekly look into your West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football team on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. I'm Tyler Keith, alongside West Bloomfield High School Athletic Director Eric Pierce. Eric, this football team off to an impressive start this season, and already off to an impressive start tonight, and we're shooting this midway through the Lake Orion game this week. And to talk to us about this year's team and how it kind of encapsulates the Lakers spirit and the spirit of this football program.
Yeah, sure. So as you know, right from the get-go, our schedule is not an easy schedule at all. It's always very challenging playing in the OA Red, and then, our non-conference games are against very tough opponents. So this team knew that they had to come out, they had to play well, and they've done a great job of finding a way to win the first 3 weeks. Sometimes it had to be a grinded-out type performance, overcoming injuries. Other times it looked a little bit smoother, but my goodness, it's been very impressive, and I'm proud of these guys and the way that they've battled adversity and come out on top so far.
And it doesn't get much easier from here. Of course, Lake Orion is the game tonight. The results we'll have later on in the program for you, and we've already discussed already in this program. But then coming up, you got Rochester Adams coming in town. You go back on the road to Clarkston and then on to Oxford and Southfield A&T. And so from an administrative standpoint, how did that schedule come together, especially with a season that's pretty unique with just 3 home games?
Right, yeah. And the big thing is in the OA we get 7 games in the OA Red, and then our crossovers. So we have to go out and find a week 1 and a week 9 opponent, and we tried for the life of us to find somebody to play week 1 and week 9 that would travel to West Bloomfield. This is one of those years where we have 3 home games in our given schedule and 4 away games, and then the deals always came out that they wouldn't play us unless it was at their home field. So eventually, after numerous phone calls and emails, we eventually decided that we'd do the Prep Kickoff Classic week 1, and then we'd play
Hello and welcome to This Week in Laker Football. It's your exclusive look week to week all season long into your hometown team, the West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football squad. I'm Tyler Keith here on Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, and always online on civiccentertv.com/Lakersports. In addition, find us on YouTube at Civic Center TV. A really interesting matchup for the Lakers this week at Lake Orion High School, so we thought we'd do a special episode and take our show on the road to Lake Orion. We'll talk to some of the athletes from this year's team. We'll talk to head coach Zach Hilbers about the game afterward, and talk to others from throughout the greater West Bloomfield community, give you an inside look at these Lakers. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get into all the action as the Lakers take on the Lake Orion Dragons this week in week number 4. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football. Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football, your exclusive weekly look into your West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football team on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. I'm Tyler Keith, alongside West Bloomfield High School Athletic Director Eric Pierce. Eric, this football team off to an impressive start this season, and already off to an impressive start tonight, and we're shooting this midway through the Lake Orion game this week. And to talk to us about this year's team and how it kind of encapsulates the Lakers spirit and the spirit of this football program.
Yeah, sure. So as you know, right from the get-go, our schedule is not an easy schedule at all. It's always very challenging playing in the OA Red, and then, our non-conference games are against very tough opponents. So this team knew that they had to come out, they had to play well, and they've done a great job of finding a way to win the first 3 weeks. Sometimes it had to be a grinded-out type performance, overcoming injuries. Other times it looked a little bit smoother, but my goodness, it's been very impressive, and I'm proud of these guys and the way that they've battled adversity and come out on top so far.
And it doesn't get much easier from here. Of course, Lake Orion is the game tonight. The results we'll have later on in the program for you, and we've already discussed in this program. But then coming up, you got Rochester Adams coming into town. You go back on the road to Clarkston and then on to Oxford and Southfield A&T. And so from an administrative standpoint, how did that schedule come together, especially with a season that's pretty unique with just 3 home games?
Right, yeah. The big thing is in the OA, we get 7 games in the OA Red, and then our crossovers. So we have to go out and find a week 1 and a week 9 opponent, and we tried for the life of us to find somebody to play week 1 and week 9 that would travel to West Bloomfield. This is one of those years where we have 3 home games in our given schedule and 4 away games, and then the deals always came out that they wouldn't play us unless it was at their home field. So eventually, after numerous phone calls and emails, we eventually decided that we do the Prep Kickoff Classic week 1, and then we'd play Oak Park at Oak Park week 9 in order to get our 9 games in.
Yeah, Lakers just 3 home games this season, already off to a great start with that first home game against Stony Creek, and a really interesting matchup coming up this week against Rochester Adams. And in terms of this team's play, it's been excellent on the field. The offense has been electric all season, and the defense has been just as stout as we were expecting. Just how far do you think this team can go in this season with the talent that they have and the way these young guys have been stepping up too? For
sure, yeah, the sky's the limit. I mean, it all depends on how they come together, how they continue to build their identity as a team. I love what Coach Hilbers is doing. He's holding people accountable, and at the same time, he's encouraging and providing a lot of support for these players. It's been a wonderful start, and I'm looking forward for some more great football.
And plenty of more great sports programs at West Bloomfield High School, including in the fall season. And it's a different time that we're living in, with even at a high school level, sports expanding to being so much bigger, community to community, and really being sort of a business within a high school, within a greater community. Speak to that and how that helps you form the vision of this athletic department, but also working with these teams to build these programs individually.
One of our big mantras is everybody's part of Laker Nation, and whatever you do, whether it's a club, it's an activity, it's a sport, you're all part of the whole package. That's the culture of West Bloomfield, and we're so proud of all of our student athletes and everybody that's going out there and representing our school and doing it in the right way, and they're all working hard. They're doing a great job. I mean, you look at some somebody like Elizabeth Eichbrecht from our swim program, who was state champion twice last year as a freshman and doing it all again this year. I mean, we've got a lot of good things going on, and it really does fill me up with pride as an athletic director to see the way that our coaches are conducting themselves and handling their teams this year.
This is such a great crowd, a great turnout tonight in Lake Orion, traveling very far across Oakland County to come to this game. Speak to the Laker faithful and how they help support teams like this football team and ultimately bring them up to the next level.
Yeah, no, it's a special group, and you know, that's like I said, part of the culture that we've been trying to build over the last 10, 15 years at West Bloomfield is something where we put something out on the field that makes everybody proud and represents our community well, and I do truly believe that our teams do that.
Eric Pierce, the athletic director, with us on This Week in Laker Football. Eric, any other exciting news in the athletic department we should be keeping an eye out for? Anything else you'd like to say tonight?
Absolutely. Of course, next week our homecoming game against Rochester Adams. A special treat before the game. We are going to be inducting Ron Bellamy into our Coaches Hall of Fame. I do believe that Coach Bellamy has gotten word and permission from Michigan that he can be there. So it's going to be a great time. We'll be doing that right before as opening ceremonies of the game. It's something that's long overdue. We just couldn't get him back, ever. And it's truly a blessing to have him come back. Love having him. He was such a big impact on our program. So please come on out to that, support, and show your, so all your encouragement and everything for our team, and also show your support for Ron Bellamy as we honor him on Friday.
Yeah, Coach Bell, a pioneer in this modern Lakers football landscape, helped to rebuild this program, and Coach Grice and Coach Hilbers and company have continued to make this program one of the best contenders in the entire state of Michigan. Eric, thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it.
Always appreciate it. Eric Pierce, athletic director at West Bloomfield High School, with us on This Week in Laker Football. We'll take a break. We'll take a bigger look after the break into this week's game against Lake Orion, and take a look forward to the homecoming game coming up next week, Friday at 7 o'clock at West Bloomfield High School. Rochester Adams coming to town. The Lakers trying to beat them for the first time in 4 matchups. We'll have all the coverage live for you, beginning with our Laker pregame show at 6:30 and kickoff at 7 on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. This Week in Laker Football continues after this. A big game on the big stage in northern Oakland County for Week 3. The 3-0 Lakers headed to Dragon Country to take on the 3-0 Lake Orion Dragons for first place in the OAA Red. This matchup was all defense early on, the Dragons turning a Caden DeGraffenreid pick into an early drive, and the Lakers returned the favor, shutting down the Lake Orion offense, driving down the field courtesy of some quick work by quarterback Rick Nance and his wide receiving core. The bomb squad, Elijah Durham taking it deep into the red zone, where the Dragons hold the Lakers to just 3 points off the field goal by Justin Ward. We head to the second. The Lakers take over off of a Dragon punt and skip up the field from their 21 before the bomb squad strikes again. Elijah Durham takes it to the house for his 5th touchdown of the season. Lakers go up 10-3. After a Lake Orion 3-and-out and an unsuccessful L Boys drive, the Dragons settle the score with star running back Billy Roberson wiping his jersey number 3 off the scoreboard and replacing it with a 10 on a dash into the end zone. Score is 10-10 at halftime. Penalties give the Dragons favorable field position to start the third quarter, but the defense keeps Lake Orion honest, and the Dragons keep the Lakers on their toes. Caden DeGraffenreid with another big play, sacking Rick Nance to set up the second Justin Ward field goal of the night. Lakers retake the lead 13-10. The Dragons fly up the field, breathing fire with a 50-plus yard field goal attempt, but it's just short. Lakers take over to start the fourth quarter. The Lakers and Dragons trade blows throughout the fourth before Lake Orion makes a 58-yard, over 4-minute long drive to take back the lead 17-13. The Lakers had already used a timeout on the previous drive with $1:24 to go, so it was time to see if lightning could strike twice in late game situations for WB early on in the season. Nance finds Elijah Durham, then Brandon Davis Swain, both for first downs before the first inbound catch leads to a second of 3 timeouts going off the board for West Bloomfield. Then a huge catch by Nigel Dunton sets the Lakers up for one last effort to win the game, and the clock strikes midnight on the young men in white. This week, the Dragons slay their opponents and take control of the OAA Red Division. Final score, West Bloomfield 13, Lake Orion 17. Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football, your exclusive look week to week into your West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football team. I'm Tyler Keefe, joined by West Bloomfield Lakers defensive end Brandon Davis-Swain. Brandon, not the result you wanted this week, with the Lakers ultimately losing 13-17 to Lake Orion, but nonetheless a strong showing overall, especially in that front seven from your defensive line. Speak to that relationship this year between the D-line and the linebackers, and how you've all been able to kind of gel so well so far and really put some pressure in the backfield.
I think it's because when we come into practice, I gotta have my guys focused, because I know Lake Orion is a great team. That's why in practice we have to be locked in, and it didn't show tonight. So in the first half we were playing great, but it doesn't matter. We got the second half to be better, and that's just not what we did. We got a lot of personal fouls, talking back to the refs, and that's what beat us today, and that's all I got.
Yeah, our coaches often say that, physical errors are okay, but those mental errors can be the ones that take the biggest toll on your team. So as a leader in the locker room, how do you help your guys make that adjustment from this week? Stay focused on Rochester Adams, but also learn from the mistakes that were quite costly tonight at Lake Orion.
Yeah, for my corner, Bryce, I got to keep him under control, because I know we got some hotheads on the team, but when he got that flag, that really cost us. It was second and long. And then, unfortunately, we had him. The penalty came out, gave him a first down, and then we held him to three, but they still scored. So I think we got to come out, talk to my players, and just keep them in a mindset to not overreact. I got to keep them calm.
It's a long season, Brandon, 3-1 at this point in the season, but the thick of the schedule is still ahead. So how do you keep your guys focused week to week on the matchup that's at hand and not get too far ahead of yourself, knowing that you got a really competitive schedule the rest of the way and your team has so much potential?
All I gotta say is it's the next week. Can't do nothing about this game right now. We had the chance to, but unfortunately we fell short. So it's on to the next week. This is in practice we've been saying we have to lock in, because this is a good team and we can lose, which we did today. So it's on to the next week. Hoping for a victory too, but we got to come out and practice and be locked in mentally and physically.
Big week ahead for the Lakers. Rochester Adams coming to town on homecoming night next week, Friday. We'll have the coverage for you live on Civic Center TV with kickoff at 7 o'clock, the Laker pregame show at 6:30. Brandon, before we let you go, anything else you want to say about this team at this point in the season, or maybe even about those younger guys coming up that have had a chance to get extra playing time this season with some injuries and their performance thus far?
Our young guys' performance has been outstanding. Both our linebackers got hurt. Them guys stepping up for sure. On offense, too, we got a whole bunch of young guys, receivers, linemen, running back. And so I'm trusting in them guys. They're going to step up. I know that, because they felt this loss. They heard crying. It's one loss. We lost to Clarkston our state championship year, and we still came and won it all. So this one loss doesn't define us. We just have to come back and keep working.
Those tough losses often are the biggest lessons for these teams as they progress throughout the season. Brandon, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Brandon Davis-Swain, Lakers defensive end. The Lakers falling tonight at Lake Orion 13-17. They'll be back next week at home for the homecoming game against Rochester Adams. We'll take a break on This Week in Laker Football. On the other side, we'll have a discussion with Coach Hilbers about tonight's game and preview next week's matchup against the Rochester Adams Highlanders. Stay tuned. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football.
Missed one of our live broadcasts or one of your local municipal meetings? Check it out online at civiccentertv.com. Every meeting, show, and interview on demand. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Learn more about fire prevention in our community at the West Bloomfield Fire Department Open House, Sunday, October 1st, from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 in West Bloomfield. Embrace safety and celebrate 100 years of service from our West Bloomfield Fire Department, October 1st at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road, plus coverage from us right here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football, your exclusive look each and every week all season long into your West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football team. I'm Tyler Keefe alongside head coach Zach Hilbers. Coach, a tough loss tonight against Lake Orion, a really hard-fought game for your team that in the first half you guys seemed to be well in control, playing good football against a really competitive Lake Orion squad. What changed in the second half that ultimately turned the tide really in the favor of the Dragons.
No, when it came down to it, was too many mistakes. You make mistakes against good teams, they're going to make you pay for it. And eventually they did. At the end of the game, they made a couple winning plays. Their running back made a winning play, the quarterback did, and obviously the receiver that caught the game-winning catch. But yeah, we had our chances, and that's on us. I think we got a lot better in a lot of ways. You come out with a loss, it doesn't. I mean, it hurts. And I told the kids, like, let they take that feeling and look like where you were, where you got to, and sometimes you can play a better game and lose. And our defense played a lot better, and we lost. And a lot of that's on us on the other side of the ball. We got to play a complete game.
Managing a game is tough any week, whether it's a close game or a game that's lopsided in one team's favor or the other. But speak to how that management of a game changes when it's that close against a really competitive team, and it has big implications for your season.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, obviously. So, it's not down in distance, it's clock, it's where they are in the field, it's, who their best players are, where they line up, and you try to prepare as best you can throughout the week, and the more you know your opponent inside and out, the more ready you are for that stuff. So we thought we had a pretty good read on them, and I think we did. Like, we knew they were good, we knew their players that were good, and we bottled them up for most of the game, but they're good players and they made big plays. And, we've got some good players too, and that made some big plays, and that have made big plays, and they just made one more than we did.
You spoke in the scrum after the game with your team about staying focused, not letting this loss linger for too long and feel too bad about yourself, but also taking in those lessons you learned from tonight. How important is it for your team to quickly refocus onto Rochester Adams and come back strong in Week 5 and leave Week 4 in the past? Yeah,
well, the goal is to win the league, and we can still do that, and we might need some help now that, we lost a game on them, but we can still handle our business and hopefully achieve goal 1, and because if we do that, we think we'll be in the playoffs, and that's like our ticket to get to the ultimate goal. In the year we won it all, we lost a game. The year we went to the state finals and we lost our first 2 games, and we've gone on undefeated a couple seasons, and we lost in the first round of the playoffs. So, it's obviously a setback. You don't want it. You go out there, you try to compete every week and win. But our goals are still in front of us, and we just have to focus on that. And it's just, constant improvement, and just, I guess, showing that we can play with good teams on the road and win, even though we didn't get it done.
Rochester Adams coming to town on homecoming night this coming Friday at West Bloomfield High School. 7 o'clock kickoff, and we'll have a pregame show beginning at 6:30 p.m. exclusively on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Now, speaking of the Highlanders, been a really tough team for West Bloomfield going up against them over the last couple of seasons. Multiple consecutive wins against your team. Does that add a little bit of extra motivation as you go into homecoming night against the team that's had your number to finally cross that off your list to get over the Highlanders?
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. They're a really good team, really good program. Kids are tough as nails, and they've beaten us the last 3 times we played. So I mean, we know that as a staff. The kids obviously know that too, and that definitely matters. But when it comes down to it, like, they're not going to take it easy on it just because they got us a few times. So we got to go out there and get it done.
Coach Petrino and company always going to bring their A game in every single game, especially on the road in a tough environment like West Bloomfield. Coach, your lasting thoughts from this weekend, your thoughts going into week number 5 at home against Rochester Adams?
I guess just that, like I said earlier, our goals are still in front of us, and it hurts and it stinks, but we can't sit here and wallow in our own sorrow just because we lost a road game in a really deep, tough conference, because that team next week, they don't care what happened to us this week. They're going to show up and try to beat us, and we got to be just as ready next week to get the job done, and obviously just get 1 or 2 more plays.
6 days to prepare for Rochester Adams coming to town against your now 3-1 West Bloomfield Lakers following their 13-17 loss this week at Lake Orion High School. Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
You got it. Thanks.
We'll take a break on This Week in Laker Football. On the other side, we'll wrap things up and get ready for homecoming week coming up on Friday against Rochester Adams. Stay tuned. You're watching and listening to This Week in Laker Football.
Learn more about fire prevention in our community at the West Bloomfield Fire Department Open House, Sunday, October 1st, from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 in West Bloomfield. Embrace safety and celebrate 100 years of service from our West Bloomfield Fire Department, October 1st at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road, plus coverage from us right here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Watch West Bloomfield Lakers football all season long on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Join Tyler Keefe and Matt Catoni each week for live, in-depth, and exclusive coverage before, during, and after the big game. It's your local high school football team on the road and in your backyard on your home for West Bloomfield Laker football, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. This is Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. On cable and the radio. On the web too, and on social media. Civic Center TV, television that's close to home.
Welcome back to This Week in Laker Football, your exclusive look into your West Bloomfield Lakers varsity football team all season long. I'm Tyler Keefe, and we thank you for joining us on Civic Center TV on 89.3 Lakes FM, on our social media, and always online on civiccentertv.com/LakerSports. A heartbreaking loss for the West Bloomfield Lakers in a very hard-fought game against Lake Orion. It was a tale of two defenses all game long, with the Lakers going toe-to-toe with this higher powering Lake Orion offense led by running back Billy Roberson and an excellent core of quarterbacks and other skilled players that are playing excellent football all the way up into this game. For the Lakers, their offense on fire in the first half and hit a snag by the Lake Orion defense late in the second half. Mistakes and penalties drawing the Lakers to a close in this game, ultimately losing on a final drive at the end of the game, getting into Lake Orion territory down to their 40-yard line, and time just ran out on the West Bloomfield Lakers. Nonetheless, 13-17 is the final score in favor of the Dragons. Lakers coming home next week for their second to last home game of the season against Rochester Adams. It's the homecoming game, a lot of special stuff happening at West Bloomfield High School, including the honoring of former head coach Ron Bellamy, who's now an assistant at the University of Michigan. We'll have all the coverage of next week's game coming to you live on Civic Center TV. We'll begin with this program at 6 o'clock. Laker pregame show at 6:30 and kickoff against the Highlanders of Rochester Adams at 7 o'clock on your home for Laker football, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. For our entire team at Civic Center TV and the West Bloomfield Lakers football program, I'm Tyler Keefe. Thank you for joining us once again on This Week in Laker Football.
Be an advocate for environmental health, a protector of your family.
It's hazardous. It does not go down the sink.
And the things around you. Because our health is connected to our environment, let's work together and make healthier choices for a healthier future. Get started at michigan.gov/EnviroHealth.
Missed one of our live broadcasts or one of your local municipal meetings? Check it out online at civiccentertv.com. Every meeting, show, and interview on demand. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
My dad and my grandfather are officials. I've grown up around officials and seeing how much they enjoy being part of the games. As a student athlete, I've always appreciated the people out there who are willing to give back to the kids. The Legacy program lets me officiate while I'm still in high school, working younger kids' games. Officiating gives me a better understanding of the game. I get to make some pretty good money for a high school kid, and I even get to spend some quality time with my dad. There's help wanted. Just whistle.
Watch West Bloomfield Lakers football all season long on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Join Tyler Keefe and Matt Catoni each week for live, in-depth, and exclusive coverage before, during, and after the big game. It's your local high school football team on the road and in your backyard on your home for West Bloomfield Laker football, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
streak dating back to 2020. A perennial contender expected to be reloading, but looks fully loaded. And once again, this is OAA football at its finest. Good evening and welcome to another moving night of West Bloomfield Laker football. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside the Michigan man, Matt Catoni. The Lakers surging through the first 3 weeks of the season. Met their match last week on the road against one of the three heads of this three-headed monster at the top of the OAA in Lake Orion, and now they go up against another team that's had their number in the past few years. Matt, going to be a very interesting matchup tonight between the Lakers and the Rochester Adams Highlanders. We have a third member of our team joining us on tonight's edition of the Laker pregame show. Dave Scott is on the field with head coach Tony Petrito, a guy very familiar with OAA football. Dave.
Yeah, he definitely knows the OAA. Coach, how you doing? Welcome to West Bloomfield.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Anything you gleaned from the Lakers getting, I would say, upset by Lake Orion last week?
Not really, because in this league, nothing carries over. Everybody's good. All it cares about the moment, and that's all they care about, too.
Well, big night. Weather's great. Homecoming here. And what a great tradition we've built between these two teams.
Yeah, and, it's like I said, it's like we know when we come here, it's going to be an incredibly big challenge. We have to be perfect to win, and that's how you want it to be.
You're kind of on a roll right now against West Bloomfield.
That means absolutely freaking nothing other than more needs. So we know that doesn't carry over at all, and we know we're going to get their best.
All right, thanks for joining us. Good luck in the contest. Back to you, Tyler.
Yeah, the Lakers having dropped the last 3 consecutive matchups against the Rochester Adams Highlanders, dating all the way back to 2020 in that matchup that kicked off the season at Lakers Stadium. That's the last time these two teams have met up in West Bloomfield. That was a 35-17 shocker in Week 1 of 2021-22 season. A 14-3 loss then later on in the playoffs in that regional final on that cold, rainy night in Rochester, followed by last season a 35-18 loss for the Lakers on the road in Rochester, followed by last season the Lakers losing to them on the road in Rochester again, dating all the way back to their loss 2 seasons ago, 20-21 loss in 2021 for the Lakers against Rochester Adams. So this has been a team, like Coach Petrito and Dave had talked about, Matt, that's had their number in the past, but like Coach Petrito said, with the number of kids that come in and out of these programs over the years, it can really, really affect the teams in a way that means that from one year to the next, it's not the same team. It's not the same roster. And so these teams are going to have a completely different outlook each and every week.
Yeah, and also to pick up on what Coach Petrito said, kind of ignoring some of that stuff to an extent. And one thing that Rochester Adams does is that they play this physical brand of football. And as he said, that you're going to get a tough matchup when they come up against West Bloomfield. Same goes for Rochester Adams. They're going to play a physical brand of football, and they're really going to try and establish that run game. So it's going to be interesting how the Lakers try and bounce back this week after a tough loss last week.
Yeah, Rochester Adams is a really interesting team because they run an offense that some would call antiquated, but for this particular program, it works really well, that veer option offense.
Yeah, a lot of people are trying to revolutionize their offensive game, really advance with the times. Rochester's Adams philosophy really is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And really that seems to be the case again, having another quarterback coming into the system, kind of newer to the starting. And he's starting off this year phenomenal as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Lakers stack up against this offense.
Yeah, these are two really well-matched up teams that have had very competitive games against one another in years past and are off to great starts in 2023. The Highlanders taking care of business in Week 1 on the road at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, just a few miles down the road, with a 22-8 victory against the Eaglets. Then they went into Week 2 in their rivalry game against Rochester, a 35-0 shutout, followed by that Week 3 loss at Clarkston, 7-28, and then last week bouncing right back 33-7 versus Oxford at home at Rochester. And West Bloomfield, very similar, a very close game, an exciting matchup in Week 1, beating Chippewa Valley 22-21. Week 2, a 41-19 blowout of Birmingham Groves in Birmingham in their first game in their brand new stadium. Came back home, had a little bit of a scare against Rochester Hills Stony Creek, a team that's been giving a lot of teams trouble so far this season, followed by a 13-7 matchup last week against Lake Orion. That was a very close game. Mistakes definitely came into play for the Lakers, and so these are two teams that are primed to go up against the best competition in the state.
Yeah, really just complete opposite weeks last week for these two teams. Rochester Adams, kind of starting off slow in the first half, but then ultimately that offense shining through in the second half, and the Lakers unfortunately coming up short last week in an upset loss. But like Coach Petrito said, it's really a short memory situation for these teams. Last week doesn't matter. You're going to be in a dogfight tonight. You just got to stay focused on that and try and minimize your mistakes against a great opponent.
Defensively, it's the big man, Brandon Davis-Swain, one of the guys on the edges making an impact over the past few weeks. A sack last week against Lake Orion, a sack the week before against Rochester Hills, Stony Creek, and really helping the rest of that D-line put pressure in the backfield on the quarterbacks. We have Dave Scott down on the field with Brandon's family as he's about to be honored tonight and receive his official invitation to play in the Under Armour All-American game. Dave.
All right, thank you very much, Tyler. Mr. Davis, what a pleasure to meet you on this spectacular night. Big night for you and the family.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us.
So introduce us to everybody here.
This is Moriana.
Hi.
This is my daughter.
How you doing?
Hi, I'm Brenda's mom.
All right, and who's this?
What's your name?
She's not shy at all, is she?
Journey.
All right, Mr. Davis. So talk about how exciting this is for you and your family and this big recognition for your son tonight.
It's super big, just putting in the hard work that, all these years. So it's a great accomplishment, and we happy to be here to watch it.
All right, any mom has to be concerned when her son is going halfway across the country to Colorado. Is that a concern versus Michigan State?
No, I'm going to probably live there too.
All right, and look at the head coach he gets connected with, huh?
Yeah. Coach Prime, great guy. We love Coach Prime. What's up, Coach?
So has Coach Prime been over to see you guys or had any conversations with him?
We went down there and seen him and met him. So I haven't seen him here in Michigan yet, but we've met him multiple times.
So what is Brandon talking about and thinking about? And was he like a little hyped up or nervous for tonight?
No, Brandon, he more of an even keel kind of kid, right? I know if he is nervous, he ain't going to tell us.
All right, well, it's a big night tonight. Tyler, so exciting to be with them. And when you just look at all the subplots here in West Bloomfield, absolutely amazing. We're sending seniors off to the biggest programs in the country. And we got Coach Bell here. Hopefully we'll talk to him tonight in just a little bit. Thank you very much. Congratulations, you guys. Good to see you. All right, man. Back to you.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, one of the key players on this team, Brandon Davis-Swain, an All-American, will be honored tonight by Under Armour, an official invite to play in the All-American game. And as Dave mentioned, too, Coach Ron Bellamy back tonight at West Bloomfield High School will be inducted into the West Bloomfield Coaches Hall of Fame. Tonight joining a former football coach in Art Patty, who was inducted posthumously earlier on in the year during the basketball season, and a guy that's been critical to building this Laker football program over the years, man.
Yeah, really, and it's incredible to see what those steps that Bellamy took, what it's led to now, and seeing how this program's really coming into fruition. Seeing guys like Brandon Davis-Swain, Kari Jackson, and everyone just going to these top-tier programs in the country and really making a name for themselves nationally.
You're seeing on the field players warming up for the West Bloomfield Lakers, getting ready for tonight's game. They're in their special uniforms, too. It's a special night at West Bloomfield High School, homecoming night at WB, and the Lakers taking on one of their biggest rivals in the OAA Red Division in Rochester Adams. It's going to be a very big game for the Lakers, a game that really can be a bounce back for them after you get upset by Lake Orion, and whether or not you call it an upset is relative. I wouldn't say it's an upset. Those are two very evenly matched teams. Lake Orion's having one of the best years it's had in a long time. They're very well coached. They're uber talented. And for West Bloomfield, you're expecting to win every single game. As you see, Coach Zach Hilbers, a former quarterback at West Bloomfield himself, helping the team get ready to execute tonight. So it's a bounce-back week for the Lakers, who, if they take care of business tonight, Matt, they're right back in the thick of things. And if things go wrong in Lake Orion against Rochester Hills, Stony Creek, a team that gave the Lakers a lot of trouble in their own right, all of a sudden, this league is back in your hands.
Yeah, really, both teams are in similar positions this week, with both having a loss on their record and really being in a position to give a key rival a second loss at this point in the season, and really put themselves in a driver's seat position to win the conference. And I just want to note back to what you said, how you wouldn't consider last week necessarily an upset. More so, I would consider it a gut check that will really allow this Lakers team to reassess their goals and what they can be this season.
More insight on this Laker team now with Dave Scott down on the field. Dave.
All right, very good. Coach Bell, welcome back to Westville. No, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man.
Good to see you. Remember me, Dave Scott?
Yeah.
Can I bother you for 30 seconds?
I'm sorry, I can't do any interviews.
All right, very good. He can't talk on TV, guys, but I can talk for a minute. And how exciting is it that we have Ron Bellamy here, back here from U of M, probably a million rules that need to be followed, and as I ambushed him here, but couldn't be more exciting. Big recognition. He becomes one of the most recognized coaches of this program tonight, and obviously huge impact with this team, taking it to the state championship, and of course all the players that have left here to go to U of M. So with that, a lot of commotion. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, good to see Coach Bell back in action here at Lakers Stadium. Hasn't been able to come back here in a number of years because of those NCAA regulations that prevent contact between your former high school location, especially due to recruiting. But nonetheless, Michigan, a very big place where Lakers have been going over the past several years. And on top of that, having a lot of success at the college level.
Yeah, really, as you noted, just the obvious possible issues with recruiting. And when you have such high-level prospects here at West Bloomfield, that really is an unfortunate issue. But it really is incredible to just see that level of talent that has been able to succeed at the next level since Bellamy got here in West Bloomfield. And it's just going to be even more interesting to see what continues to come in the next upcoming years.
Yeah, he was really able to build quite the resilient program here in West Bloomfield, and a program with longevity, having gone through two different coaches since Ron Bellamy, both who were on his staff, and Tyrese Grice, his former defensive coordinator, who had a few years at the helm following Coach Bellamy's exit to Ann Arbor, and now Zach Hilbers, a longtime assistant coach at West Bloomfield, including for many years under Coach Bellamy, now at the helm and off to a hot start, 3-1 overall. The West Bloomfield Lakers 3-1 overall. The Rochester Adams Highlanders 3-1 overall in their own right. We're a few minutes away from honoring Coach Bellamy, inducting him into the Laker Coaches Hall of Fame. And then we'll also have Brandon Davis Swain officially receiving his Under Armour All-American Game invitation. We'll have more of that and other analysis coming up in just a few minutes on the Laker pregame show. You're watching and listening to your exclusive home for West Bloomfield Laker football, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Follow us on Twitter at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
In life, things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Today I'm going to tell you about sportsmanship because it's important. Treat your opponents the way you would want to be treated. My mom says that. Listen to the referees. It's their job. Be nice to their team and our team. Cheer them on. Always play fair. It's the right thing to do. It's sportsmanship. It's not that hard.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. I'm Tyler Keefe alongside Matt Catoni. And on the field, the family of Brandon Davis Swain alongside Eric Pierce, the athletic director, and head coach Zach Hilbers also down there as Brandon is being officially invited to play in this year's Under Armour All-American Game. Let's listen in.
Bowlers Julio Jones and A.G.A. Green competed, the game had served as a proving ground for the NFL stars of tomorrow. The league's most recognizable players, including Kyler Murray, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Justin Fields, Nick, and Joey Bosa, along with Myles Garrett, have all starred in high school football's premier showcase event. In total, more than 300 alumni have been selected in the NFL draft, including 4 number 1 picks and 84 first-round selections. Please join us in congratulating our own Laker, Brandon Davis Swain, as the latest member of this exclusive club. Congratulations, Brandon.
Mike Stone, or Stoney, from 97.1 The Ticket, our PA announcer, as always, at West Bloomfield High School. As you're seeing Brandon Davis Swain with his Colorado gloves getting the number 24 jersey for the All-American game. The second consecutive year the Lakers have had an invite to the Under Armour All-American game. Last year it was offensive lineman Amir Herring, now at the University of Michigan. And this year, the Colorado-bound Brandon Davis Swain, key player on that defensive line that Matt has had a really nice year off the edges between Brandon Davis Swain and his co-part on the other side of the line, Jonathan Gabriel, both ball hawks and getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, with the nickname The Punisher, he's been living up to it, and it's been incredible to watch Brandon Davis Swain really live up to it, his ranking nationally, and just really thrive on that edge role. And it's going to be just tremendous to watch him in that All-American Bowl game.
Yeah, hopefully it will continue to be a very big week for Brandon Davis Swain. Had a nice game last week at Lake Orion to kick it off. Earlier this week, he was on Valley Sports Detroit with University of Michigan alum and Inkster High School alum Devin Gardner on the Gardner 5, being featured as one of the top players in the state of Michigan. And now tonight, being honored by Under Armour as an All-American this year, officially getting his invite to the big game. Also tonight, in just a few moments, we'll see Coach Ron Bellamy being honored at midfield in order to be inducted into the Laker Coaching Hall of Fame. And you can't say enough, Matt, about how big of an impact Coach Bellamy has had on this program and really has been able to build this program to where it is today, and bring these kinds of players in and inspire players like Brandon Davis Swain, and inspire players from across the local area to come into this high school program, believe in this program, stick with it even after he's left, and build a power program at West Bloomfield.
Yeah, it's really been incredible to just watch how this program has developed over the past few years. And speaking to Coach Hilbers before the season, when I spoke to him about how really he wanted to establish himself as a first-year coach and really wanted to set the tone his first year, he spoke on how he didn't really want to establish anything or set the tone, really carry on what Bellamy had set as when he was head coach and just keep the tradition going.
And here he is approaching midfield at Lakers Stadium, a place where he won many games, including a state championship game, although that was won at Ford Field. Many of those big games along the way, right here at the Swamp at Lakers Stadium. You could even say the house Ron Bellamy built. Here he is, Coach Bellamy,
where we have a very special presentation. It is only fitting that as we celebrate homecoming week here at West Bloomfield High School, we take the time to honor and welcome one of West Bloomfield's finest back home. Ron Bellamy is joined by his wife Amara and his children Jackson and Dallas at midfield. Coach Bellamy was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, had an outstanding prep career in both football and track at Archbishop Shaw High School. His football prowess earned him All-American honors in high school and a scholarship to attend the University of Michigan. Ron played football for the Wolverines between 1999 and 2002, where he had 67 catches for 888 yards and 9 touchdowns. He then was signed as an undrafted free agent by the Miami Dolphins in 2003. During his time in pro ball, Bellamy played for the Dolphins, Baltimore Ravens, and the Detroit Lions, while also traveling overseas to play for the Scottish Claymores. Following his playing career, Bellamy found his way into coaching, beginning as an assistant for West Bloomfield and then being hired as the varsity head coach in January of 2010. Bellamy inherited a program that struggled to maintain consistency and traditionally did not find itself in the playoffs. Coach Bellamy immediately went to work to change the culture of the program. He created new expectations for the staff, and the players dedicated themselves to offering his team the best opportunities for success. This success is shown by Coach Bellamy's on-field results with his teams. Bellamy's Laker teams compiled a 76-41 record during his 11 seasons of leading the Lakers. His team made the playoffs in each of his final 7 seasons. He also led the Lakers to 2 appearances in the state championship game. The Lakers finished runner-up in Division I in 2017, and then in his final season, Coach Bellamy led the Lakers to a 41-0 victory over Davidson to win the school's very first football Division I title in 2020. Coach Bellamy then accepted a position on the University of Michigan coaching staff, where he currently still is making his impact daily. For as much success Coach Bellamy's teams have had on the field, it pales in comparison to the man he is off the field. Coach Bellamy has dedicated his life to helping others succeed and is a man of character and integrity. Throughout his time at West Bloomfield, he helped 165 players earn scholarships to continue with their playing career in college, including 50 at the FBS level. He also taught phys ed and coached track for Laker Nation and could always be remembered as a teacher that was involved and truly cared. His smile and laughter resonated throughout the hallways during his tenure. For all these reasons and many more, we are honored to induct Ron Bellamy as the 11th member of the Lakers Coaching Hall of Fame, our Hall of Fame. Please direct your attention to midfield as Athletic Director Eric Pierce presents Coach Bellamy with his Hall of Fame plaque. Congratulations, Ron, and thank you for your years of service to West Bloomfield. Go Lakers!
Coach Ron Bellamy, the 17th coach now in the Laker Coaches Hall of Fame at West Bloomfield High School, in the stadium that you could argue Ron Bellamy built. A new field at West Bloomfield High School just a few seasons ago revolutionized this program, turned them into a perennial contender. Coach Bellamy, 77-40 overall record in his tenure at West Bloomfield High School as the head coach, including that final season with an 11-1 overall record and a state championship win over Davidson at Ford Field. A huge impact on this team, as Stoney had said during his announcement of Coach Bellamy's induction into the Laker Coaches Hall of Fame. So many of those players along the way that he coached now having a big impact at the next level or have had successful careers at the next level. You think about currently Donovan Edwards at the University of Michigan, Dylan Tatum at Michigan State University, Mike Williams at South Florida, Max Hairston having a big year also at the University of Kentucky, and others like A.J. Abbott and Taj Mustafa, a couple of great wide receivers in their own right. Coached by one of the great wide receivers we've seen in this state in many years, in Ron Bellamy, who was excellent at the University of Michigan. C.J. Harris, another player who had a successful career at the University of Ohio, and Bryce Veasley with some success in the MAC as well at the collegiate level. And Coach Ron Bellamy, one of those biggest impact guys on this program. Bellamy coached Tyrese Grice, Donovan Edwards. You think about those sorts of players in this era, and those coaches in this era have done so much to set the tone for what it means to play West Bloomfield football.
Yeah, and really the thing that stands out the most when you really want to point at the impact that Bellamy had at this program's level and the athletes that have came out of here since he arrived. Prior to his arrival, there had been 2 players, I believe, in West Bloomfield history to play in the NFL, and that one of them being Matthew Judon most recently, and that he got drafted in 2012, I believe. Now, looking at it now, there are a handful of Lakers that are really looking at playing at the next level in the NFL now.
Yeah, I could possibly see over the next several months Donovan Edwards and Trey Mosley, 2 of the all-time greats at West Bloomfield High School, make their way to the next level. And, a couple of them, maybe both, could be day 1 draft picks, depending on how this season all turns out. Plenty more football to be played tonight, and more impact players making their impact known at West Bloomfield High School along the way, as West Bloomfield takes on Rochester Adams on homecoming night at the Swamp. Stay tuned. More of your Laker pregame show coming up next on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
This is Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. On cable and the radio. On the web too, and on social media. Civic Center TV, television that's close to home.
Be an advocate for environmental health. A protector of your family.
It's hazardous. It does not go down the sink.
And the things around you. Because our health is connected to our environment, let's work together. and make healthier choices for a healthier future. Get started at michigan.gov/EnviroHealth.
So, I got my start in officiating when a friend told me I should try it. At first, I just did basketball, and I got hooked. Before long, I added baseball, softball, football, and volleyball. I really enjoyed giving back to the game, working with kids, and working with my local association to recruit and train new officials. I would like to say to anybody that officiating is a great way to help kids and stay connected to the game. We always need new officials. There's help wanted, just listen.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Your Lakers taking the field on homecoming night in their special black jerseys with white letters and those white helmets at Lakers Stadium tonight. Taking on Rochester Adams, one of their OAA Red Division rivals, a team that they tied at the top of the division a season ago, with Rochester Adams, of course, taking the tiebreaker after their victory against West Bloomfield last season. 35-17. Last season, that victory over West Bloomfield, having been 35-18 at Rochester Adams. We have in just a few minutes, we'll see the players go out on the field. We have the captains already lining up for West Bloomfield High School, getting ready for the coin toss, and Rochester Adams also taking the field. In the moment, we'll also hear, as you're seeing on the field, Laker Express singing the Star Spangled Banner. A very eventful night at West Bloomfield High School as the Lakers are taking on Rochester Adams. You see right there, the Laker Express preparing for their performance. Another great example of prowess in another area in the arts here at West Bloomfield High School. West Bloomfield, very well-rounded school with programs both in the arts and sciences as well as in athletics. Not just a football school, but a school for everyone in our local district, and so many people, including Cheryl Houck, who you see standing in front of them, playing a big role in that. We'll have the Laker Express in just a moment as they sing the Star Spangled Banner. Cheers about West Bloomfield High School as the Laker Express finishes singing of the national anthem. A big game tonight for West Bloomfield against Rochester Adams. Both of these teams 3-1 overall, looking to continue to have some control in the OAA Red Division, a division where you cannot lose games and continue to fight for a championship. Every single week counts, and every single week your opponent can not only defeat you, but also take over your spot among the power players in the OAA Red Division. As you're seeing the Lakers captains out on the field for the Lakers, it's Jameer Benjamin on the far left, followed by Alex Walton, Xavier Davis, and then Brandon Davis-Swain. And out on the field for Rochester Adams is Brady Prescorn alongside Lars Lott for Rochester Adams as they take the coin toss and will determine who will have the ball first tonight between the Lakers and the Highlanders on Civic Center TV. It's your home for Laker football. You can join us each and every week for the Lakers, both home and on the road, and also join us throughout the week as well. For this week in Laker football, as it appears that Rochester Adams has won the coin toss tonight and will decide whether they kick or receive. Lakers now getting directions on which side of the field they're going to ultimately choose tonight. It looks like the Lakers will be defending to the left side, Rochester Adams to the right side. Rochester defers and will kick it off to West Bloomfield, to start tonight's game. Rochester Adams coming in, having won 3 consecutive games dating back 2 years against West Bloomfield High School tonight. And so West Bloomfield trying to break that streak. But even as Tony Petrito said, every year is a new year. Teams get more talented. Their players take it to the next level, Matt. And that really helps them each and every year come in with a fresh slate, a clean slate, and a new approach to the game.
Yeah, really, with high school and college sports, a lot of the time you're going to see interchanging parts, new faces, and players coming and going. And really, that's something that both West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams have both done a good job of accounting for and really establishing good programs and just schemes.
West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams both 3-1. West Bloomfield's wins against Chippewa Valley, Birmingham Groves, and Rochester Hills Stony Creek. Their sole loss last week on the road in a 13-7 matchup against Lake Orion. For Rochester Adams, their 3 victories this season so far: Orchard Lake St. Mary's to open the season, Rochester at home in their second week in that rivalry game, and Oxford last week in a 33-7 victory on the on the road against the Wildcats, and their sole loss on the road against Clarkston 2 weeks ago. Head coach Zach Hilbert's 3-1 as the head coach, a longtime assistant for the West Bloomfield Lakers in a variety of positions, most recently as the quarterbacks coach as well as the associate head coach under Tyrese Grice, as Rochester Adams prepares to kick off tonight against the West Bloomfield Lakers. Their kicker Adrian Munter out for the beginning of the game. Kicks it off. It's actually a booming kick, rare in today's game. Received about the 2-yard line. Taken past the 10-yard line on the left side of the field, down to the 20, to 25, and up across near the 30, and down at the 29-yard line on the kickoff return. That's where the Lakers will begin tonight off the kick return from Cam Flowers.
Yeah, really a good return right there. Like you said, a booming kick that you really don't see that often in high school football, and tremendous return right there to set the Lakers up with good field position to start this first drive.
Yeah, these short kicks have been a bit of strategy over the last several weeks for really every team that we've seen across the season, the Lakers and their opponents. We recognized a few weeks ago the Lakers got a couple off of kickoffs that were muffed by Birmingham Groves on shorter kicks or on line drives, and same goes for last week with the Lakers against Lake Orion, the week before against Stony Creek. First down and 10 for the Lakers at the 29-yard line. High snap to Rick Nance, will have to take it himself, tripped up, gets inside to about the 31-yard line, and will get a 1-yard gainer on first down.
Yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily the play design right there to have Nance keep the ball and run it, but really just a tremendous job of accounting for that bad snap right there. He corrals it, and he's able to make a positive play out of a potential hazardous play.
Yeah, not trying to do anything heroic there, and keeping this offense moving forward, getting what you can and terminating a play that dies off the jump. Second down and 9 now for the Lakers, 11:24 to go in the first quarter. In the shotgun, another bad snap. This one is fumbled, is dove on top of Rochester Adams, celebrating as if they have it. And that is what the referees say. Rochester Adams coming up with that ball, a mistake on the first drive. That's something that really hampered the Lakers last week on the road. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, just compounding the mistake of the first initial bad snap right there and just turning it over this time, actually unable to corral it, and how the Lakers just give Rochester Adams prime field position right here to take an early lead.
Looks like a little bit of miscommunication between Brandon Davis-Swain in the backfield with his quarterback Rick Nance on that second play of the offensive drive, and not sure if that was supposed to be an intended direct snap to Brandon Davis-Swain, and it was just snapped in the wrong direction, or if both were just trying to save the football. But nonetheless, Rochester Adams taking over with quarterback Rhino Waters, the sophomore, in the shotgun to Laker 30. Quick snap and a throw off to the right side, caught by Brady Prescorn at about the 26-yard line, and a nice gainer on first.
Yeah, a team that usually lines up and really an offense similar that you see from Army and Navy and really running veer and a lot of running plays. But don't let that fool you. This Rochester Adams team can really air it out.
A very talented team that can make plays in a variety of different offensive sets. They've tried that out over the past several years, not entirely relying on the veer. On second down, another quick pass off to the middle, and is incomplete, intended for Paxton Battershaw.
Yeah, really just a nice play right there for the Lakers. Very fortunate, not really leaving anything out there. It's a short route. Even if he catches it, it's for a minimal gain. Now, key third down right here that you can hopefully get lucky and get off the field.
Third down with the ball on the 21-yard line, 3rd and 2 for the Highlanders with 10:49 to go in the first quarter at West Bloomfield High School. The score is 0-0 off a Laker turnover, 2 plays into the first offensive drive. Now the third play for Rochester Adams. Waters in the pistol, one man in the backfield is Mateo Humbert. Motion in the backfield for Battershell, and he goes back to his original slot position. Now comes back again, more motion. Quick handoff, and it's pulled. Here comes Waters, running the ball at the 10-yard line, inside the 10, and dives out of bounds about the 7-yard line, a big gainer. And there it is, the Veer offense playing a role. The Lakers kind of tripped up at the second level, trying to keep their eyes on the rusher and the quarterback.
Yeah, using a little bit of trickery right there pre-snap, sending him in motion, sending him back to his original position in the slot, then bringing him back again, making that Lakers defense think it's going to be a run inside with that additional offensive player coming inside. Quarterback pulls the ball and pulls off a nice gainer on third down.
So now it's a first down and goal for Rochester Adams. They mark the ball at the Laker 8-yard line. Waters again in the pistol. One man in motion, one man in the backfield. Snap, and this time we'll pull it again, but this time he is swallowed up at about the 7-yard line. Maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage with forward progress, and that'll bring up third down.
Going with another option play. This time the Lakers are not fooled right there by Waters and bring him down in the backfield for what looked like to be a very short loss.
10:37 to go in the first quarter. Lakers and Adams tied at 0. Second down with the ball on the 7-yard line. Second down and goal for Rochester Adams. Waters with Humbert in the backfield and a tight formation for Rochester Adams. Quick snap, fakes the handoff, and then hands it off ultimately. The Battershell and almost into the end zone. But he's going to be marked down. Nope, they will give him the touchdown. Ball crossed the plane as he fell to the ground. Touchdown, Rochester Adams.
Yeah, really nice job right here by Waters. He fakes that initial handoff, and he does a good job of positioning his body to kind of block that second handoff right there, and just giving his running back, Paxton Battershell, a chance to get to the next level and get in the end zone.
So now the kicker, Adrian Monter, will come in for the PAT with Rochester Adams now up 6-0 quickly on this West Bloomfield Lakers team at Lakers Stadium. Snap and hold are good. The kick is up, and that will count for Rochester Adams. 7 points for Rochester Adams to start it off. And Matt, much like last week, those mistakes coming back to bite West Bloomfield against a very talented team.
Yeah, really, you can't make mistakes like that. But again, as we've said in the broadcast earlier, you got to have a short memory. You got to forget that turnover. You got to remember this is going to be a dogfight. You got to get out there, put together a good drive, match that touchdown, and then it's a tie ball game, wipes the slate clean.
That's something Brendan Davis-Swain and head coach Zach Hilbers, who you're seeing on your screen, talked about last week after the game is wiping the slate clean, moving on. Look, we can dwell on this game or we can get focused. Rochester Adams is not going to care that we're sad about our losing. They've already dropped the game this season. They want to win against us on the road. They want to keep that winning streak going, not just for the individual matchup with West Bloomfield, but overall to keep their season hot and running forward with 3 wins already. So now West Bloomfield will get set up for their second offensive drive of the evening off the kickoff, as Rochester Adams lines up to deliver that ball once again to West Bloomfield. Monter lining up for the kickoff with the ball placed at the middle hash at the 40-yard line. 7-0 in favor of Rochester Adams with 9:58 to go in the first quarter. Flowers back to receive the kick. Another boomer lands inside the end zone for a touchback, and so the Lakers will start in decent territory on their second drive and hopefully clean things up and remove some of that miscommunication that marred them on that first drive against Rochester Adams.
Yeah, hopefully we can just chalk those first few snaps as, homecoming jitters. Big game, a lot of celebration going on pregame, honoring a teammate as well as a former coach. Hopefully now the Lakers settle down and put together a nice drive here.
It's about maintaining your focus, like you said, Matt, having a short memory, coming back out and equalizing against a very talented team off to a hot start with just a handful of plays before scoring, already set up deep in Laker territory. First down and 10 for the Lakers at their 20-yard line at the middle hash for Rick Nance and company in the shotgun. Looks like 2 men lined up in the backfield alongside Rick Nance, Cam Flowers and Josh Tate. High snap to Nance, and he'll hand it off. Takes it around the right side. Flowers gets to the 30, open field, jukes to the 35, to the 40, still on his feet, fighting forward and out of bounds at the 50-yard line. He pulls that one way down the field on first down.
Yeah, nice play right there by Nance again. Yet another high snap. He gets it down, and just more of the same from what we've seen from Cam Flowers all year. Physical run. Just look at that stiff arm right there, holding that defender off just long enough until he can fortunately drag him out of bounds.
Not enough weight to pull down Cam Flowers on this earth. They had to pull his jersey. They had to pull at his body. They had to pull at his pads. Nonetheless, the Lakers getting near positive territory. First down on the 49-yard line, nearing Rochester Adams' side of the field. Snap to Nance. Hands it off. Up the field. Big break for Nigel Dunton to the 40 and down to the 35. And just like that, a couple of hard punches right back at Rochester Adams.
Yeah. We've talked throughout this season about how this Lakers offense can attack you in a number of ways. You have guys that can make an impact in the receiving game, both out of the slot, and then they can also come into the backfield and provide physical runs, just like we saw right there from Nigel Dunton.
It's a big team, a strong team, and they run fast and hard, tough to tackle against the Lakers' rushing game. Another first down for the Lakers now in positive territory to 35-yard line of Rochester Adams. 7-0 in favor of the Highlanders. Nance rolls outside the pocket. Quick pass to Brandon Davis. Swain caught at the 30. He advances up to the 20 and down near the 15 before being forced out of bounds. Another first down for the Lakers.
When Brandon Davis Swain is out there on offense, I'm sure there's really one thing that a lot of defenses are thinking. He's out there to deliver pain, really thinking of him being out there more so as a blocker, really there on the inside. Lakers take advantage of that, have him squeak out in the play-action game right there, and he picks up a great gain.
A key play at the end of last week's game to advance the Lakers as they try to come back against Lake Orion and catch out in the boundary. Snap on first down to Dunton. He takes it down to about the 15-yard line, around the 14-yard line. And that'll set up a second down for the Lakers.
Yeah. Again, just more quality running right there from this Lakers group, and it's just a key run right there on first down as they try and match this touchdown, and that's all they need to keep on doing. Keep those emotions in check and just keep the ball moving and move those chains.
Marquise Morris, the rusher for the Lakers on first down, will set up second down on the 13-yard line. 7 yards to go for the Lakers for first down and goal. Nance in the shotgun with Brandon Davis Swain lined up at fullback and 2 out to his right. Nance in the pocket, looks, rolls out to his right, looking for a pass, throws it in the end zone, and it is caught by Elijah Durham. No, it is not. Yes, it is. Touchdown, Elijah Durham. He hit that ball right inside his jersey. It was so nicely done that it even confused us back in the broadcast booth. Touchdown, WB.
Yeah. And when we see this replay on this touchdown right here, you're going to see Rick Nance directing traffic as he scrambles out of the pocket, and he sees him come. You see Durham come back across the field. Nance delivers a strike to one of his favorite targets so far this year as they connect on yet another touchdown.
The 7th touchdown of the season for Elijah Durham, just 3 away from the single-season record set by Trey Mosley just a few years ago. PAT for Justin Ward is up, and it is good. So we are all tied up at West Bloomfield High School. The Lakers 7, Rochester Adams 7. You're watching and listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Find us on Instagram at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
In life, things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Tyler Keefe alongside Matt Catoni and Dave Scott. The Lakers tying things up on that last drive. 7-7 now with 8:09 to go in the first quarter. And they'll kick it off for the first time tonight to Rochester Adams. Booming kick down to the 7-yard line. Returned by Adams up to the 20, to the 24-yard line and swallowed up by a slew of Lakers, but Adams still pushing, ultimately whistled down at the 25-yard line. That's where Mateo Humbert, the returner, and company will start for Rochester Adams.
Yeah, going back to that touchdown right there, Tyler, that was just, again, yet another phenomenal play by Elijah Durham, who just, for some reason, every time he touched the ball so far this season, he seems to find his way in the end zone.
Lakers making quick work of Rochester Adams in the air. This is a team that throws on 53% of their plays leading into this game, and it's working for them all season long. First down and 10 for Rochester Adams on their 25-yard line on the left hash for Rhino Waters and company. Waters in the pistol, takes the snap, pulls the ball. He's going to run out to the right to the 30-yard line, jukes inside and dives down to about the 34.5-yard line on first down.
Yeah, ripping off a nice chunk run right there. Waters, we've already seen him run the ball a handful of times already. It seems like the Lakers are really going to have to scheme in on that and just prepare for him to pull that ball on the option a lot so far this game.
Second down and inches for Rochester Adams as the quarterback, the southpaw, reached that ball out on the end of that rush and just barely missed the line to gain. 7:27 to go in the first quarter, all tied up at West Bloomfield High School. 7 for WB, 7 for Rochester Adams. Waters sends Drew Hepner in motion, takes the snap, steps back in the pocket, looks for Hepner and gets him at the 38. He'll advance past the 50 to the 40, to the 35, wide open to the 25, to the 20, inside the 10, swallowed up, but gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Rochester Adams.
Just an incredibly well-designed play right there for Rochester Adams. You see Hepner go into motion, and then once he gets that ball, or catches that ball on that out route right there, he is left alone on that side of the field with just one other person, and that one other person is being blocked downfield by the other receiver. He really just left him 30 to 40 yards of just green grass ahead of him.
Drew Hepner, really tough guy to chase down when he gets into open field. An 80-yard touchdown last week against Oxford. He's an all-state athlete in track also for this team, and now after the touchdown gets the spoils of being a long snapper for the PAT. A little bit of a high snap, but the hold is good, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So just like that, Rochester Adams back in the lead. The Highlanders 14, the Lakers 7. This is Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Inside your brain is the control center for how you think, talk, learn, and remember. 10 tips to keep it healthy. Get moving. Read a book. Reduce stress. Sleep well. Eat healthy. Quit smoking. Manage your blood pressure. Challenge your mind. Wear a helmet. Stay social. Be mindful of brain health now to help prevent things like dementia later. Learn more at michigan.gov/mybrainhealth.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Rochester Adams scoring quickly on their second drive of the night. 14-7 now as they kick off to the Lakers with 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Again, over the head of Cam Flowers and a touchback. The Lakers will begin once again at their 20-yard line.
Yeah, really, just like we said last drive, the Lakers are going to have a short memory here. Put that big player behind them. There's going to be a lot of big plays like that tonight. And just really try and match that touchdown once again after putting together a good drive last drive.
We're just a little under 5 minutes into this game, and we've had 2 offensive drives for both of these teams, 2 scores for Rochester Adams, a score and a turnover for West Bloomfield. And every time that there's been points on the board, it's been in quick succession. Matt, we are setting this up to be a 10-round prize fight between the toast of the OAA Red Division, 2 of the 3 big heads at the top of the division, West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams. On the first down, shotgun snap to Nance, hands it off to Cam Flowers. Out around the left side of the 20 to the 25, and about the 27-yard line before being forced out of bounds. 7-yard gain on first down.
Yeah, just like he's been all year, just a very reliable run right there for Flowers. Picks up a good 8 to 9 yards right there and put the Lakers in good position right here to pick up this first down.
Cameron Flowers coming into this game, 128 rushing yards on the season and 3 touchdowns, and already off to a hot start tonight on the ground for West Bloomfield. Second down and 3 for the Lakers. Snap to Nance is high, ultimately hands it off up the field to the 30-yard line, past the line again, and down to about the 34-yard line. A first down for the Lakers as Nigel Dunton takes the ball on second down.
Yeah. Dunton with his second nice run of the game already right there. Very physical runner. He's really just done a good job of helping the Lakers move the chains in crucial situations.
6:38 to play in the first quarter. Rochester Adams 14, West Bloomfield 7. First down and 10 for the Lakers at their 35-yard line on the middle hash. Nance in the shotgun with Josh Tate in the backfield, and one man split out to the left, twins out to the right. Snap to Nance. Quick handoff to Tate, and he is swallowed up in the backfield. Rochester Adams right there off the jump. Liam Kania, the lead tackler, as he takes down Josh Tate in the backfield.
After allowing the first down on the inside handoff the play before, Rochester Adams just quickly sheds all the blocks from the offensive line right there. 3 people in the backfield and bring them down for no gain.
That'll bring up second down and 11, a loss of 1 on first down as Tate gets swallowed up in the backfield. One man split out to the left for the Lakers on second down is Jaden Allos, 2 out to the right. Nance in the shotgun with Flowers in motion. Nance takes the snap, got a bit of a pocket, got some time, looking down the field, going for it again. The bomb squad at work, and Elijah Durham pulls it in once again.
Just one thing that Rick Nance has shown all year, he is not afraid to load up and take a deep shot, and he does it once again to his favorite deep ball target, Elijah Durham. Doesn't quite get in the end zone here, but he's able to thread that ball into double coverage right there. Just look at that, just an incredible throw and catch right there.
In double coverage, Elijah Durham, the junior, pulls that ball in, off balance, turning back to his left, and a huge play for West Bloomfield. That sets up a 1st and 10 at Rochester Adams' 12-yard line. Lakers down 7-14, snapping a handoff to Flowers. Gets outside of the boundary, down to the 10, inside the 5, and into the end zone. Touchdown, WB!
Yeah, really just an incredible run right there for Flowers for several reasons, but really it was a patient run. He just kind of kept it going on the outside until he was able to see that crease where he was able to just take that burst of speed and get into the end zone. It was really just a phenomenal run right there following his blocks.
There, that key block there from Nigel Dunton. A little bit of helmet-to-helmet action, a high block for both the run blocker as well as the defender, and ultimately Cam Flowers into the end zone, his 4th rushing touchdown on the season. That makes this just a 1-point game as Justin Ward comes out for the PAT with Dunton the holder. Lakers 13, Rochester Adams 14 with 5:04 left in the first. Snap is good, the hold is good, and the kick splits the uprights. We are tied up once again, 14-14, and Matt, this is setting up, we said earlier, setting up to be a prize fight, but the Lakers and Rochester Adams, big play to big play, pass to pass, rush to rush, could not have a more evenly matched up game so far.
Yeah, really, and again, as we noted, pregame, Petrino said, you're going to have a short memory in a matchup like this, pregame and during the game. And really, that's what we've seen from both offenses so far. One of these teams makes a big play, puts some points up on the board. Other team does not get phased. They drive down and match that touchdown.
After those first 2 drives, Rick Nance surpassing the 1,000 yards passing mark for the season. And now after that touchdown pass in this first drive, 12 touchdowns on the season, over 1,000 yards on the season, and the rushing game getting involved too. The Lakers, before this game, only rushing on about 47% of their plays. But when they do rush, they make big plays, and Cam Flowers has played a huge part in that in 2023. All tied up at 14 at Lakers Stadium on homecoming night, 5:04 to go in the first quarter. And the Lakers will kick it off to Rochester Adams. From just past the left hash mark at the 40-yard line, Justin Ward kicks the ball off. Shorter kick to the 29-yard line. It's returned, going up the field. Cuts back inside and ultimately only gets a few yards out of that, down at about the 37-yard line off the kickoff return for Rochester Adams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this West Bloomfield defense takes into account really how this Rochester Adams has been really kind of throwing a lot of different looks at them, really just trying to stay disciplined this drive, not really biting on anything, just holding their water.
Rochester Adams will now be set up at about the 34-yard line, just a few yards for Tommy Offer on that kickoff return as we see this stellar offense for Rochester Adams coming back out on the field. You want to talk about execution. Running the veer offense in 2023 with all of its different option plays, all the things you got to focus on from the defensive side of the ball. Same goes for those on the offensive side, and Adams having a good game so far. Waters in the pistol with Mateo Humbert in the backfield, Hepner in motion. Goes back to his original side on the right of the quarterback. Snap and a handoff. He'll pull it instead and get swallowed up by Jonathan Gabriel in the backfield. A loss of 2 on first down and another sack for Jonathan Gabriel.
Earlier in this game, we were talking about how it was starting to seem like Waters was having a tendency so far this game to pull on this read option. The Lakers are going to have to start keying in on that, and it's looking like they have so far, with Justin Gabriel bringing him down in the backfield.
These edge rushers for the Lakers, really tough to defend, aggressive, strong, great hands, athletic, and really agile. Both Brandon Davis-Swain and Jonathan Gabriel, who now you see lined up both on the right side of the defensive line. Snap to Waters, looks to his left side, and in on the play is Drew Hefner. He goes down, lost the football, and incomplete.
Just trying to get some yards back there after getting tackled behind the line of scrimmage, get ahead of the sticks. Fortunately, the Lakers are able to get there, get a nice hit low right there as he's trying to catch the ball and force an incompletion.
Yeah, a bit of a stinger there for Drew Hefner. He was hit really hard on that play as the Lakers force Rochester Adams now to 3rd down and 11. Hefner looking to the sideline, telling them it's all good. I can play through it. Tough kid is Drew Hefner, the junior, 6'1", 163 wide receiver for Rochester Adams. 4:15 to go in the first quarter. Lakers and Rochester Adams both tied at 14 at West Bloomfield High School on homecoming night. Rhino Waters in the shotgun, one man in the backfield. Takes the snap, a roll to his right side, the southpaw. Not going to have anything to pass to, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage before being swallowed up again. Jonathan Gabriel on the tackle, and some partnership there from his teammate as Blake Simmons gets in on that also.
Yeah, really going back to that key stop on that first down play, tackling him behind the line of scrimmage, really limiting the options that this offense had, really hindering that Veer offense. Really, we know you're not going to run it. It's a long yardage situation, forcing them to pass it and helping this Lakers defense out.
Now set up a 4th down and 10 at the 32-yard line of Rochester Adams. For Rochester Adams, as Rhino Waters is still in the ball game. 2 lined up to the right side and twins out to the left as well. Will ultimately punt that back to the punter, and he'll kick that ball off. He'll land about the 35-yard line and bounce back inside the 20. A friendly bounce for Rochester Adams, still rolling down to about the 15 where it will stop. And that will be the worst starting position so far for the Lakers offense.
Yeah, very tremendous punt right there for Rochester Adams. Great spin on that ball. And now it's going to be huge for the Lakers right here to take a lead and just ensure that they go into halftime with the lead with Rochester Adams getting the ball.
And that's where that patience comes to play, Matt, that you talked about earlier for West Bloomfield. You stick with it. You keep playing your game, not let the game play you. All of a sudden now you're in a position of power, much like you were at the beginning of the game on that first offensive drive to take control of the scoreboard. Lakers will set up at their 15-yard line on the right hash. 14-14 the score with 3:16 to go in the first quarter at West Bloomfield High School. Rick Nance in the shotgun with Josh Tate to his left. Nance takes the snap, rolls out right, pressure, escapes, runs back again, still under pressure, throws the ball in the no-man's land into the boundary and caught by Cam Flowers. A nice save, gets the Lakers up about 8 yards on first down, and they'll actually give him the first down.
Yeah, just an incredible play right there from Rick Nance. Just looking at him dancing back there behind the line of scrimmage. Ultimately ends up going back into his own end zone to deliver a strike right there to Cam Flowers, who makes a tremendous grab right there to put the Lakers in position right to get the first down.
They won't call it a first down. They do end up putting that as a 2nd down and 1. It did look as Cam Flowers went out of bounds. He did not stretch that ball out, so they ultimately decide to make this 2nd down and 1. Nance in the shotgun. One man in motion, a high snap and a handoff. Rolls to the right side, inside, and gets past the line to gain and down to about the 28-yard line for a first down.
We've talked about how this run game for the Lakers is really sort of like a hydra. You have so many different heads that you have to worry about. Right here, it's Morris, and he comes through right here, picks up that key first down, and gets the chains moving and helps the Lakers maintain field position.
Different players with different skill sets and an excellent offensive line, and wide receivers that do a great job blocking up the field as well have made for some big plays in the rushing game for a lot of players this season. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, 14-14 at West Bloomfield High School. The Lakers have a first down on their 29-yard line. High snap way over the head of Nance. He recovers it at the 15, looking to save the play and ultimately makes the smart move. Goes down at the 14. That will set up a 2nd and long for the Lakers.
Something that has really been a problem since the start of this game. Yet another high snap over Nance's head right there, which is really unfortunate. Really going to put you in bad position, really putting you back to where this drive started already, as Nance even takes a shot right there that he wasn't happy about at the end of that play.
A heads-up play, though, for Rick Nance, not trying to be escapable on that play and try to be heroic, ultimately getting to the ground knowing that rush is coming, and anything more, you could lose that football and set Rochester Adams up really well. 2nd down and 26 now for West Bloomfield at their 14-yard line. Nance takes the snap, loses the pocket, rolls out to his right, getting chased, throws to the sideline. It is caught with about a 2-yard gain from the original line of scrimmage. That will set up 3rd down and long for the Lakers, but inside a 10-yard to go for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how these wide receivers make an impact in the run game. Now this time it's the running back making an impact in the passing game, picking up a nice catch right there to really put the Lakers in good position after that horrific first down play to put them in a good chance to pick up this first down.
1 minute and 43 seconds left in the first quarter. 3rd down and 8 for the West Bloomfield Lakers at their 32-yard line. 2 men out right for West Bloomfield. It's Morris and Elijah Durham, and 2 out to the left. Snap to Nance. In the pocket, looking. Quick pass out to Cam Flowers. It's caught at the 35, fighting for it, and gets up to about the 37-yard line. That'll set up a 4th down and short.
Lakers just trying to do what's smart right here. Get the ball out quick. Get it to one of your speedy guys. You get it to Flowers. You see him do what he's done all year. Really stay physical once he gets the ball. Unable to break the tackle there, unfortunately. Now the Lakers will look to punt right here.
Yeah, fought hard against Isaac King, who ultimately took him down on 3rd down. But Cam Flowers really been playing hard for yards after the catch and for yards after contact in the rushing game as well. And coming off of a game last week where he got a little bit banged up, showing his toughness for the Lakers. 4th down and 2. The Lakers lined up to punt, and a whistle down on the field. Looks like a timeout for Rochester Adams. Didn't like the way that things were set up and want to take a moment for this 4th down play.
Yeah, looked like the Lakers may have sent someone into motion right before the snap right there. So perhaps Rochester Adams picking up on that, maybe sensing that some trickery could be up, maybe a fake punt or something. Short yardage right here on this 4th down. Crucial game. Don't want to get caught off guard, so they call the timeout.
34 years as a head coach for Tony Petrito. He's seen a lot of action in that time. 21 of those years at Rochester Adams in the OAA Red Division and across the OAA overall, and wants to make sure in a game like this, every single play matters. Every little bit of trickery, whether it's intentional or not, can play a big factor in the ultimate outcome of the game. And with West Bloomfield in position to maybe make a trick play and get a couple of yards, you want to make sure you're using those timeouts wisely. And so the first of 3 taken by Rochester Adams. As we resume play, 56 seconds to go in the first quarter, all tied up at West Bloomfield High School. 14 for the Lakers and 14 for the Highlanders. 4th down and 2 for West Bloomfield. Pecor is lined up short. Some motion at the line of scrimmage, and it looks like by the frustration, that's going to be a false start on West Bloomfield and will set them back. That's exactly what's going to happen, and so what looked like it could potentially be a direct snap to Brody Pecor will be a few more yards back for West Bloomfield and likely going to be a punt.
Lakers trying to get him to jump off sides right there, bringing out Brody Pecor to do something or appear to do something that we've seen the Lakers do a lot this year, which is come out in the Wildcat and get those short yardage situations. Rochester Adams doesn't bite. Now the Lakers will punt.
Off the penalty, 4th down and 7 at the Laker 32-yard line. Out on the field comes Jaden Allos, who so far this season averaging 45 yards per punt. That is a school record if that's able to stand throughout the season. Been excellent for West Bloomfield so far this season in the punting game. Under a minute to go in the first quarter. A lower snap. Allos gets the ball off. A booming punt to about the 40-yard line. Takes a unfriendly bounce for the Lakers. And now a friendly roll back to about the place that it landed. 40.5-yard line is where Rochester Adams will start this drive.
Yeah, looked like that might have been another high snapper issue with that snap right there as well. But Allos does a good job of corralling it and almost kind of rushing this kick, but still delivering a relatively decent punt right there to help the Lakers out in field position.
West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams pretty evenly matched up so far tonight at West Bloomfield High School in this 14-14 game with just seconds left on the clock in the first quarter. An action-packed first quarter and a longer first quarter also, about 37 minutes for these 12 minutes of football. Waters hands that ball off. He'll pull it again. What a fake, but ultimately the Lakers raiding into that, and a big tackle takes him down for a loss.
Waters so far this game really seems to be keen on pulling that ball and really trying to take these rushing yards himself, and that may have to change. He may have to start handing this ball off more often, as the Lakers seem to not be fooled by this option and are just really focusing in on him.
Much like his predecessor, Parker Pico, he's got the skills, he's got the eyes, and he's got the athletic ability to pull that ball a little bit later and make those later decisions as time continues to click off the clock. And we're looking at this. It's going to just be content to take this to the end of the first quarter. That's exactly what is going to happen for Tony Petrito and company. After one, Lakers 14, Rochester Adams 14. You're watching and listening. You're home for Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
You're watching and listening to your home for Greater West Bloomfield News, Civic Center TV and 89.3 WBLD Orchard Lake, West Bloomfield, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, 89.3 Lakes FM.
My dad and my grandfather are officials. I've grown up around officials and seeing how much they enjoy being part of the games. As a student athlete, I've always appreciated the people out there who are willing to give back to the kids. The Legacy program lets me officiate while I'm still in high school, working younger kids' games. Officiating gives me a better understanding of the game. I get to make some pretty good money for a high school kid, and I even get to spend some quality time with my dad. There's help wanted. Just whistle.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. The second quarter begins and will begin in progress on second down for Rochester Adams. It's back to about the original line of scrimmage to set up third down and 10 off that first run of the second quarter.
Yeah, a lot like last drive for this Rochester Adams team. They get stuff short on that first read option play, and then right there a nice hit from Jameer Benjamin. They make sure that it's a third and long right here, and really limit the options that this Rochester Adams has, and really help the Lakers defense out and allow them to key in on the pass.
Much like West Bloomfield, Rochester Adams content to spread the love on the rushing game between Mateo Humbert, Drew Hepner, Lachlan Tillotson, and others on that offensive side. Third down and 9 for Rochester Adams. The snap to Waters, rolls out to his right side, swallowed up, escapes, throws, and ultimately dropped in the middle of the field with that football intended for Lachlan Tillotson.
Yeah, he's able to complete the pass right there somehow with Brandon Davis Swain, or bringing him down right there, but unfortunately not able to get past the sticks due to the pressure, but it looks like they may be getting ready to go for it here.
Off balance on that third down, but able to get that throw off. It ultimately ended up being low and a diving attempt for Lachlan Tillotson. That'll set up fourth down and 2 for Rochester Adams. They're going to give him that reception there. He actually pulled that ball forward, so Waters fakes it, hands it off, and he is ultimately swallowed up in the backfield. Stopped on the fourth down attempt. An attempted run off the veer by Paxton Battershell is taken down outside the tackles.
Looks like they may have even gotten away with the false start right there. You see that twitch at the end by that H-back, or that back on the side. But they run the same play that they did earlier in this game that they got their first touchdown on. Lakers are ready for it. They remember that. They account for that. And they bring them down, and they don't pick up that fourth down. Huge stop right there for the Lakers defense.
Yeah, Battershell maybe a little bit tripped up there at the end of that play, but ultimately corralled by Brody Pecor, who makes him down by contact. A turnover on down sets the Lakers up in positive territory at the 49-yard line of Rochester Adams. First down for West Bloomfield, 11:05 to go in the half. 14-14, snap to Nance. He'll roll outside the pocket, looking, takes a quick pass, down the field, wide open, Josh Tatum just through his hands. Oh, it slipped through the fingertips on what would have been a huge play if he pulled that ball in on first down.
Yeah, just really unfortunate. You hate to see that. Very well designed play. You get the result that you want with him being open. Fortunately, unable to corral it and bring it in. Like we've been saying all day, short-term memory, put it behind you. You made a great catch earlier, had great plays earlier. It's a roller coaster game. Just get back out there and do your job and just show up next time.
Second down and 10 for West Bloomfield. At the 49-yard line of Rochester Adams, all tied up at 14 after a long first quarter on homecoming night. Nance will hand it off to Tate this time. Gets outside the tackles, gains 5 and more, pushing, and gets to about the 37-yard line to set up third down.
And like we said, short-term memory. Josh Tate forgets about the previous play and just puts together a really nice physical run right there. Looked like about 6 yards and really helps the Lakers offense stay in good position here to pick up this first down.
That'll set up third down and 4 for West Bloomfield at the 43-yard line with 9:54 to go in the half. Nance in the shotgun, Tate and Davis Swain in the backfield. Nance rolls out right beyond the 50-yard line, throws outside in the air, caught by Elijah Durham and taken out of bounds for a first down.
Yeah, really nice throw right there and a really good play fake right there from Nance. We've really seen a lot of play fakes so far this game, with the Lakers opting to throw it a lot of the time on these play fakes, but with the Rochester Adams quarterback holding on to it for theirs. But yet another great catch for Durham right there as he picks up the first down.
9:41 to go in the first half. We're all tied up at 14. There he is, number 14, Elijah Durham, pulling in another big catch and an athletic play to set up first down. Lakers now at Adams' 35-yard line on the right hash. Nance in the shotgun, trips out to the right. All day for Rick Nance. Quick pass to Marquise Morris. Caught, and he advances past the line to gain at the 25, down to the 23, and they'll move the chains once again.
Yeah, another very well-designed play for this West Bloomfield offense. You see Josh Tate go out there, send him in motion with their 3 receivers out there, making the defense think that it's going to be a screen pass till he has 3 blockers right there. Nance delivers a strike, and the Lakers pick up another first down.
That ball a little bit behind Marquise Morris, but he ultimately pulls that in. An athletic play again for West Bloomfield, sets up first down. Snap to Nance, he'll hand that ball off to Flowers, rolls outside, gets a good block to the 20 and down to about the 17-yard line. Will advance the Lakers up about 6 yards.
Yeah, just a very nice play right there. Very well blocked. Nothing really there for him to break it loose, but still a very easy yardage available that really allows this offense to keep the ball moving and keep themselves on schedule.
9:07 to go in the half, 14-14. Second down and 3 for the Lakers at Adams' 16-yard line. Empty backfield for Rick Nance, sends Flowers in motion. Low snap, hands it off to Flowers, and he gets slammed. Oh, what a hit by Liam Kania. Takes Cam Flowers down after just maybe a couple yards to gain on second down. Look at that, just breaks contain, gets right out, kind of blindsides him. A huge hit for Rochester Adams. Sets up a 3rd and 3 for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, really a key third down right here. If the Lakers are able to pick this up, it would be huge, and not just taking time off the clock before the third or halftime, but really getting a lead for halftime as well.
8.5 to play in the half. West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams all tied up at 14 on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Nance has a pocket, looks down the field, caught, and that is just batted out near the goal line in the hands of Elijah Durham. And it looked like they just swiped that right out of his hands at the very last second. We'll take a second look at this as Nance again has a good block, decent throw, and just at that last second gets a hand in there and keeps that out of the reach of Elijah Durham. Looked like Isaac King in on that action, smacks the ball away from the intended receiver.
Yeah, really good throw, but unfortunately just better defense than offense right there. Unable to get the touchdown, but you should be able to come away with the lead right here.
4th down and 5 now for West Bloomfield at the 23-yard line. The kick is up for Justin Ward, and it splits the uprights. The Lakers take the lead, 17 for WB, 14 for Rochester Adams. This is Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
So, I got my start in officiating when a friend told me I should try it. At first I just did basketball, and I got hooked. Before long, I added baseball, softball, football, and volleyball. I really enjoy giving back to the game, working with kids, and working with my local association to recruit and train new officials. I would like to say to anybody that officiating is a great way to help kids and stay connected to the game. We always need new officials. There's help wanted, just listen.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Tyler Keefe alongside Matt Catoni and Dave Scott as the Lakers take a narrow lead, 17-14 off the Justin Ward field goal with 8:21 to go in the first half. And now Ward will kick it off to Rochester Adams. From the 40-yard line, a short kick down around the 20, and the 15 takes a bounce inside, recovered by Rochester Adams, up to the 25, up to the 30, and ultimately stopped at about the 32-yard line on the tackle for West Bloomfield is Reginald Hayes II.
Yeah, really some interesting spin on that ball right there on the kickoff. Almost allows the Lakers to tackle Rochester Adams really deep in their territory and set themselves in poor field position, but they're able to rip off a nice return right there.
Yeah, both teams kind of playing a little bit of chicken on that kickoff as Rochester Adams saw that ball kind of nearing the boundary. Maybe it could bounce out of bounds and set them up in really good territory off a penalty. Ultimately took a Laker bounce inside, and Adams was able to recover it, but the Lakers getting right there to stop that from turning into a really nice return anyway off the field position. Nonetheless, Rochester Adams will start in decent territory at their 32-yard line on the right hash. Rhino Waters and company back out again, looking to take back the lead from West Bloomfield. First down and 10. Snap to Waters, the southpaw, looks to his left side and caught by Battershell. He gets battered at the 35-yard line and taken down, but nonetheless, a gain of 2 on first down.
And you're going to see a flag fly in there at the end of the play, too, right at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be interesting to see what it is. You see it come in right there. As this first down play could be either extended yardage or could we see this taking them back a few yards.
Hard hit and a tackle by Jameer Benjamin, the UCLA commit for West Bloomfield. It's ultimately going to be a 5-yard penalty on Rochester Adams. That'll set them back. West Bloomfield accepts the penalty, so Rochester Adams will retake their first down, but first and 15 with 8:11 to go in the half. Ball now set up at the 32-yard line. They'll move that back toward the opposite hash for Rhino Waters and his team, and the veer offense for Tony Petrito. 2 men spread out to the right side. It's Brady Prescorn and Lachlan Tillickson. 2 also out to the left for Rochester Adams. Prescorn in motion. Gets outside, likely the target, and he is, but it's overthrown. Has to get that ball out under pressure. Will set up a second down and 15 for Adams.
You see Rochester Adams send Prescorn into motion right there before the snap. They look to try and get him a nice little out route right there to get back some of that yardage from that penalty. But the Lakers are able to force some pressure right there and force a bad throw and set up a second and long.
Yeah, he's under pressure, had to make a quick throw, still had that target in sight. That was the intended target, a designed play to put Prescorn in motion, send him on, as you said, that outpost route to about the 35-yard line. Ultimately, nothing doing there. Second down and 15 for the Highlanders at their 27-yard line. West Bloomfield 17, Rochester Adams 14 with 8:04 to go in the half. On homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School, the Lakers in their special black uniforms with white writing, and Rochester Adams in their white uniforms with those brown numbers. On second down, handoff to Battershell. He gets up to about the 30-yard line, past to about the 34-yard line. My apologies, that is Drew Hepner. A really nice gainer for him on second and long.
Yeah, really nice run right there. Gets about 7-8 yards. Really a great run on a lot of situations, but unfortunately, you're still set up with a third and long situation now because of that early penalty.
7:40 to go in the first half, and down 3 points. Brady Prescorn talking things over with Coach Petrito and the assistants on the sideline as they're both signaling to their sophomore quarterback, Rhino Waters, 6'2", 190-pound two-sport athlete, much like his predecessor, Parker Pico, also a baseball player, on top of being a quarterback. Third down and 8 for the Highlanders. Bunch formation, snap to Waters, has a pocket, now it's lost, rolls outside, has to run it, gets to about the 40-yard line, dives across to the 41-yard line. That'll get him about 7 yards and set up potentially a 4th and short, maybe a 4th and 1 for Rochester Adams.
Yeah, it's no question that Waters is not afraid to tuck the ball and run, as we've seen him run it a handful of times throughout this game. Does that again right here, really rips off a nice run on what looked like it could have been a negative play, and now sets him up with a 4th and very short right here.
4th and 2 at the 40-yard line on the right hash. He's a big quarterback too, and only a sophomore. He's going to keep growing. 6'2", 190 pounds. The southpaw quarterback. They will go for it on 4th down and 2. Humbert in a 3-point stance behind the quarterback. Handoff, it's swallowed up in the backfield. It's handed off to Humbert. He's getting chased backwards by Jameer Benjamin, and it is done. Turnover on downs. West Bloomfield takes over.
Look at this replay right here. Can't tell if it's just a botched handoff right there or if the Lakers just got back there so fast that he couldn't hand it off. He's able to get it to the running back, but still more of the same. Jameer Benjamin greets him in the backfield, and the Lakers are able to bring him down.
The UCLA commits to the tackle, gets to the rusher, and ultimately gives the Lakers back the ball. The assisted tackle from Kamari Pittman, the defensive lineman, quietly having a great season in his own right.
You mentioned how Waters is only a sophomore. Pittman as well, just a sophomore, and he's just going to keep on growing and growing in this defense.
Bright future for the defensive lineman as Lakers have great territory on the 35-yard line of Adams with 6:20 to go in the first half, and they're up 3, 17-14. Nance with Josh Tate to his right in the shotgun. Man in motion is Flowers. Nance takes the snap. Pocket collapses, has to get rid of it, is bottled up, it is recovered, and running with the ball is Tate, up to about the line to gain and more. And ultimately that is going to be a first down. They'll call that a fumble, but a really nice heads-up play by Josh Tate as that ball gets out of the hands of the quarterback. He scoops it up, he sees the sideline, he goes for as many yards as he can get, makes a physical play to get the line to gain, and saves a huge potential mistake on that play.
Yeah, just a potentially huge monumental shift in momentum right there. Tate is able to recover that ball, and not only just recover it, but rip off the first down run as well.
That'll set West Bloomfield up at the 22-yard line on 1st down and 10, deep in the red zone now. Nance takes the snap, looking down the field, going for it, going long, and it is caught in the end zone again! Touchdown, WB, what a catch from Nigel Dunton, pulls it in the air, and Rick Nance drops it off. The bomb squad strikes again.
Again, just incredible versatility from Nigel Dunton, as we've seen from him throughout this season. We've seen him pick up some crucial first downs so far this game on some interior runs. Now we see him right here on the outside, just going up top and just mossing the defender and bringing in a touchdown. Just incredible.
One-on-one matchup, and he pulls in a fantastic throw from the quarterback, Rick Nance. His second touchdown pass of the evening gives him 43 career touchdowns, and now just 3 away from the all-time record for career touchdowns as a Laker quarterback. 23-14 in favor of WB. Justin Ward will come in for the PAT. And he'll realign himself. Didn't like where he had his footing there. And will set up once again. Got to get that right. A couple of missed extra points so far this season. But this one will not be one of those. It is through for the Lakers. A 10-point lead. West Bloomfield 24, Rochester Adams 14. This is Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Missed one of our live broadcasts or one of your local municipal meetings? Check it out online at civiccentertv.com. Every meeting, show, and interview on demand. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Stormwater travels through a vast system of pipes and pumps to move water away from our homes to a water treatment plant and back into the Great Lakes.
Our system is not designed to handle rainfall from extreme storms that can lead to freeway flooding and basement backups.
Help protect your property and your community by making sure storm drains are clean and avoid using your washing machine so as not to overload the system during a storm.
Keep our system fresh and flowing. It's all one water.
Football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM off of a fantastic touchdown by West Bloomfield. That gives them now a little bit of cushion against this Rochester Adams team. 24-14 in favor of West Bloomfield with 5:44 to go in the half. Let's take another look at just a fantastic play all around. Nance gets the snap, a nice pocket, a great throw, excellent spiral, and Nigel Dunton gets up there, pulls that ball in, and Well, we talk about this wide receiving core being the bomb squad, diffuses that secondary and pulls in a great ball. Lakers up 10. Kickoff to the 20-yard line to Rochester Adams. It's recovered down to the 35 to the 40. Breaks the tackle to the 45 and fights up to the 49-yard line. A great return for Rochester Adams as Drew Hepner puts them in great position to strike right back with plenty of time before half.
Yeah, really sets up this Rochester Adams offense in tremendous position right here. They can milk the clock a little bit if they want to and get in the end zone and ultimately potentially go into the second half only down 3 points and getting the ball.
Momentum very much in the favor of the West Bloomfield Lakers, but as we've seen in the OAA Red Division, as we saw just 2 weeks ago on this very field, as quickly as that momentum goes your way, it can go back the other way, and Rochester Adams set up very well at their 48-yard line on first down with 5:36 to go in the half. Waters takes the snap, throws outside, quick pass, and just a little too quick for the intended receiver. Incomplete on first down with that football, ultimately setting up second down and 10 for Rochester Adams.
Yeah, Waters right there trying to rip off a quick pass to King, but the Lakers are right there to just bat that ball away and set up a second and long.
5.5 to play in the half, and West Bloomfield 24, Rochester Adams 14. 2 touchdowns early on for Rochester Adams, both in the first quarter. They're looking for their first score of the second. Waters, quick pass outside the Hepner, pulls that one in. Great catch down to the 35 and around the 31-yard line. First down and more for Rochester Adams. A great connection between Rhino Waters and Drew Hepner.
We've seen Hepner rip off a handful of chunk runs so far this game. Right here, he makes an impact in the passing game, ripping off a nice 20-yard reception right here as we see him get off the field.
A much-deserved break for Hepner. He's going to check in with the training staff. He's taken a lot of hits tonight, too. He's been very active on the field. He's had a big game so far, been running around all night. It's relatively hot outside today for nearing the end of summer. Tomorrow, the first official day of fall, and Hepner taking a much-needed break. That's good news for this Lakers secondary. He's been playing fantastic tonight. First down on the Lakers 31 for Adams. Snapping a handoff to King outside and swallowed up after a gain of maybe 2 yards or 3 yards on first down.
Yeah, really after having their first decent gain play, a handful of drives, they put together a nice play right there to really keep their offense on schedule. And now it's really gut check time for this Lakers defense as they're starting to get into the red zone.
4:35 and counting to go in the first half. Rochester Adams down 10 and marching up into Laker territory at the 26-yard line. Second down and 5. Waters lined up in the pistol. Is running back Mateo Humbert in a 3-point stance, a yard or 2 behind him. He'll pull that ball, roll out to the side, and get swallowed again. Lassoed in by a slew of defenders. Will set up third down. A big stop for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, as we've talked about again, he's really seemed to be keen on pulling that ball in this read option. And once again, he does. Only this time, well, the past several times, Lakers are there to swallow him up in the backfield.
Xavier Davis, one of the many in on that tackle as we saw that replay. A big stop for West Bloomfield. Ultimately, they'll give him 1 yard on that play. Forward progress to make it third down and 4 at the Laker 25. Just on the edge of that red zone is Rochester Adams, down 10 with 3.5 to go in the first half. 24 to 14 in favor of West Bloomfield. Waters in the pocket, quick throw outside, and it's caught inside the 10, inside the 5, and touchdown for Lachlan Tillotson.
Really just disciplined football right there for this Rochester Adams team. Get tackled in the backfield play before they stay level and deliver a nice strike right there to get in the end zone before the half.
That'll get things a little bit closer to even here. A great throw from the southpaw to Tillotson. Caught it at about the 16-yard line and just ran far enough past Brody Pecor to get into the end zone. And now, with Adrian Monter coming out for the PAT, could set this up as a 3-point game. High snap. Hold is decent. The kick is up, and it is good. That'll make it a 3-point game. Lakers 24, Rochester Adams 21, and this sets up a big drive for the Lakers, too, as they go into the half. The Lakers receive the ball to start the game. They got 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, just 2 timeouts for Rochester Adams, and this is a close game. And so much like coming into this drive for Rochester Adams, a bit of a gut check for them. For the Lakers, it's a momentum check for them. Can they keep their foot on the gas and rebuild that separation after a score from Rochester Adams, especially with Adams having a chance to come back out in the second half and take the lead?
Yeah, this is potentially one of the key drives that we could come back to later on that really set the tone for this game and really set the game in stone. So it's really key here for the Lakers to put some points up on the board.
Zach Hilbers has been preaching this all season long. We can't get too confident when things are going well, and we can't be too down on ourselves when we're faced with a challenge. So far tonight, the Lakers have shown they can answer the challenge. Can they answer a little knock at their confidence after taking a lead by 10 points? And then the Rochester Adams now narrowing that back down to 3. 24-21, still in favor of the Lakers with 3:15 to go in the half. And Cam Flowers, Jameer Benjamin and company back to return the kickoff from Rochester Adams. Monter delivers again over the head of the receivers, and another touchback for West Bloomfield will set them up at their 20.
Yeah. Rochester Adams kicker really booming them back like no one we've seen so far this year. A lot of teams really avoiding kicking it to the West Bloomfield returners, whereas Rochester Adams is really opting to show no fear, and they're still getting touchbacks.
Not just getting touchbacks by the ball bouncing into the end zone. Those are landing about 5 yards into the end zone. Credit to Adrian Monter, who's been showing he's got quite the cannon of a leg on those kickoffs. Speaking of a guy with a cannon, Rick Nance. A fantastic game so far tonight already. 2 touchdown passes for Nance early on in the first quarter to Elijah Durham to tie the game up at 7. Just a few minutes ago to give the Lakers a 21-14 lead late in the first quarter before ultimately getting that field goal in the second to make it where they currently stand at 24 points, and Rochester Adams with 21. First down snap to Nance, getting chased, rolls outside the pocket to the 20-yard line and throws near the sideline, almost intercepted on a low pass near the boundary, and ultimately will set up second down as Nance tried to get that ball to Jaden Allos after escaping the pressure in the pocket.
Yeah, looked like something we've seen similar from the Lakers a lot this year, really sort of using that screen pass as a decoy and trying to dial up a deep shot. Right there, Rochester Adams accounts for that, and they're unable to reel in their pass right there.
That ball intended for Caleb Caudle. It bounced just about a foot in front of Lachlan Tillotson. So instead of an interception, second down and 10 for West Bloomfield with 3:07 to go in the first half at their 20-yard line. Nance in the gun with a man in motion. Takes the snap, hands it off inside to the 25-yard line to the 30. Rolls to the 35-yard line and ultimately taken down about the 36. Another really nice run for Nigel Dunton.
After pulling down that touchdown last drive, once again showing off his versatility. Tough run right there for Dunton as he picks up a key first down and keeps this Lakers offense moving.
Being shifty, following his block from Elijah Durham and gets him a few extra yards. A really heads-up play for Nigel Dunton, the senior. First down and 10 for West Bloomfield. Snap to Nance, he'll hand it off to Dunton again. Takes it up the middle, gets to the 40-yard line, and takes a dive down to about the 44-yard line. That'll set up a second down for West Bloomfield.
Yeah, seemingly turning into a positive every single time he touches the ball. Dunton gets tripped up near the line of scrimmage right there, but able to keep his balance just long enough to pick up a few yards.
And a good block there also to keep those D linemen back and set up just enough of a hole for his rusher. Nance this time will take it himself to the 50-yard line. Got some space to the 40. Shifts inside and pushes forward to about the 36-yard line. That'll move the chains.
Yeah, one of the few times we've seen Rick Nance run the ball this game. Right there, very good job pulling it, almost making the defender fall right there. Rips off a nice run to set the Lakers up in positive territory.
Not afraid to go one-on-one with Isaac King. A little bit of contact at the end of that play. As now Zach Hilbers and company will talk things over with 2:11 to go in the first half. 24 for West Bloomfield, 21 for Rochester Adams as West Bloomfield takes its first timeout of the evening. Want to talk this over. You got a lot of time still left on the clock. Want to knock that down. Don't give Rochester Adams much time, if any time, to answer back before the end of the half, especially knowing that they're going to have the ball to start the second half. So a bit of a strategic discussion from Ken Rise, the offensive coordinator, in the middle of the huddle, and Zach Hilbers, the head coach.
Yeah, really, with this being such a key drive, I like this timeout right here. You got to know what you're going for right here. You got to make sure that the offense stays level, stays settled in, doesn't let the emotions get the best of them, and really allows them to put themselves in the best position to score points right here.
Last second little discussion you're seeing there from Ken Rise, the offensive coordinator. The guy that's been with this team for a long time, dates back to the Ron Bellamy era. He was his offensive coordinator for that championship team and has stuck around through the Tyrese Bryce era, and now in the first season under head coach Zach Hilbers. 1st and 10 at the Adams 36. It's bobbled on a low snap. Nance dives on top of it, back into negative territory, and that'll set up 2nd down and long at the Laker 47.
Yeah, really just the theme of this game right now so far has been how these bad snaps have just been crucial in affecting the Lakers. This game would be much different right now if it weren't for some of these snaps.
Maybe a bit of a screen for the quarterback there. The snap was a little bit low. Not necessarily super low as the initial call we had there. It seemed like maybe the quarterback couldn't see where that ball was initially off of the early play motion from Josh Tate. Nonetheless, 2nd down and now 28 for West Bloomfield at their 49. Nance takes the shotgun snap, rolls out to his right at about the 40-yard line, throws it up the field to Durham. It is caught at about the 35-yard line. Swallowed back, they'll give him forward progress. They'll set up 3rd down and 9.
Again, going back to that short-term mindset, once again, Rick Nance stays calm, stays poised, gets out of the pocket, and delivers a strike to his favorite target, Durham, to set themselves up in good position to pick up this 3rd down now after that first play.
1 minute and 2 seconds to play in the first half. Lakers 24, Rochester Adams 21. Lakers and the Highlanders both with 2 timeouts remaining. Lakers going to let that time tick down and look toward the end zone. We do have a stoppage of play now. Possibly another timeout as West Bloomfield talking it over near the sideline, the wide receiving core, speaking with Ken Rise and assistant coaches. 50 seconds to go in this first half. It is 24 for West Bloomfield, 21 for Rochester Adams. A little bit of frustration from head coach Zach Hilbers. Team not lined up correctly. That execution been something he has been preaching for the last several weeks. The Lakers doing a lot of things right this season, but it's those little things that ultimately can be the difference between winning a tough game against a team like Lake Orion or even in a close game today against Rochester Adams. Even though you got the lead, we've seen it. Just as quickly as you build that lead can be broken down by a really quality team on the opposite side. 3rd down for West Bloomfield at the Rochester Adams 37-yard line. Sets up 3rd and 11. Clock ticking, 42 seconds to play in the first half. And now a timeout officially happening down on the field. That will be the 2nd of 3 timeouts. It's called by Rochester Adams. They want to talk it over after getting a look at this Lakers offensive setup. And this sets up a really key spot for both of these teams. Now, Adams has 1 timeout left. Should they get the ball back at all in this first half, would have to quickly move up the field and really use the sideline for West Bloomfield. Want to take some time off the clock. At the very least, set yourself up for a field goal from Justin Ward and stretch this lead out a little bit before Rochester Adams gets it to start the 3rd.
Yeah, really, I'm assuming that Rochester Adams is calling that timeout, the mind that they're hoping to get this stop right here on 3rd down, force the Lakers to punt and really give themselves a chance to at least get into field goal range. So when you have a guy like Brady Prieskorn, you at least give yourself a chance for a Hail Mary type deep shot.
Just 40 seconds left in the first half here at West Bloomfield High School on homecoming night. Plenty of football all season long. Your home for West Bloomfield Laker football is right here on Civic Center TV. As you see, the festivities for homecoming all set up and ready to go. A little bit of an extended halftime tonight for the homecoming court and homecoming parade around the stadium at Laker Stadium at West Bloomfield High School. Had a parade across town earlier this week, 5:30 this afternoon. They rolled down Green Road toward the high school to kick off a very fun evening on homecoming. Hard count for the Lakers, draws Rochester Adams offside. Penalty is dropped on the field. They'll advance that ball forward. No time ticking off the clock. And the Lakers making this now a 3rd down and short instead of a 3rd and long.
We've talked about critical mistakes, and that could be one for Rochester Adams right there, really helping West Bloomfield out on this 3rd down.
Aided by 2 timeouts, they can get up the field in a couple of quick plays, use those timeouts and set up for a field goal, or use them to set up a big play down the field into the end zone. On third down, snap and a handoff to Cam Flowers. Rolls outside, gets to the 30-yard line, bounces inside, fights for the sideline, and ultimately gets out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. That will set up a fourth down at about 4 yards.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Lakers do right here on this 4th and short. They could opt for the field goal, but it would be interesting to see, given how their short yardage game has worked, if they go for it.
29 seconds left in this first half for West Bloomfield. 11 seconds ticking off on that rushing play for Cam Flowers. Having a very good game so far. Already a rushing touchdown that tied that game up at 14 in the first quarter. And sets up now for Brody Pecor in the Wildcat on 4th down and 1. That has been his bread and butter. Lakers have 2 timeouts. Pecor takes the snap, rushes up the middle, gets to the line to gain, and more down to the 21-yard line. First down for West Bloomfield.
Really just a phenomenal run right there for Pecor. He's able to find it, follows lead block, make a guy miss, and get that first down and set the Lakers up in good position right here.
Big time block for Travis Robertson. Opens that hole up a little bit more for Brody Pecor, so he doesn't just get to the line of scrimmage. He gets a few yards positive on that play also. Timeout for West Bloomfield. Sets up a first down and 10 at the Adams 21-yard line with 23 seconds to go in the half. And that gives the Lakers plenty of time, maybe 2 or 3 plays before you ultimately got to decide to go for the end zone or take the points.
Yeah, I'd assume that the Lakers are going to try and hold this last timeout in their back pocket in a case of an emergency, so that way they don't have to worry and scramble and try and rush the field goal unit out on the field. I'd assume that they'll probably just start taking some shots at the end zone now.
Just 23 seconds to go in the half. 24 for West Bloomfield, 21 for Rochester Adams on homecoming night at Laker Stadium. Ron Bellamy coming back tonight, inducted into the Laker Hall of Fame, Coaches Hall of Fame, and Brandon Dave Swain also honored. On first down, Nance looking for the end zone, and he finds it. Touchdown, West Bloomfield. It's the Punisher, Brandon Davis Swain, the All-American, pulls in 6.
Living up to his name right there. Looks like that the Rochester Adams defense wasn't necessarily expecting a deep shot right there. Catches some of the linebackers in position right there with their feet in place, and Brandon Davis punishes them and gets in the end zone to take a 10-point lead right before the half, hopefully.
Score is now 31-21. West Bloomfield taking a lot of time off the clock. And Justin Ward trying to make this again a 10-point game as we approach halftime. High snap. Kick is going to be short and outside of the uprights. The high snap definitely affecting the kick there, and they'll ultimately stand at 30-21. But 16 seconds and 1 timeout left on the clock for Rochester Adams. So far, West Bloomfield been kicking the ball to Adams and letting them receive the kicks. A couple of them have been into decent territory, but a couple of them have been into really nice territory. So a little bit of a toss-up here as the Lakers will give them the ball once before the half and then again to start the second half.
Yeah, I would expect that the Lakers don't give them a chance to return it right here, as they are able to rip off a decent return. They may be able to get into field goal range and just get a little bit of momentum heading into the half.
16 seconds to go in the first half. 30 for West Bloomfield, 21 for Rochester Adams. West Bloomfield get ready to kick off this ball to Rochester Adams for one last drive before the end of the half. Up 9 points. Rochester Adams trying to look for a quick score, even if that's just a field goal that would put them within just a simple touchdown of West Bloomfield to begin the second half. Justin Ward will come out for the kick. Plenty of fun happening at the halftime for West Bloomfield. We'll see the homecoming court. A lot of the floats that have been worked on. As a squib kick lands about the 26-yard line, it's recovered up the field. Rochester Adams rushes down to about the 40-yard line. That's where it'll start this final drive with 11 seconds to play in the first half.
Yeah. Not giving them any chances really to rip off a huge return right here. Just squib it up to one of the front men. And now the Lakers are just in a position to where if they don't nail it out, it'll just be playing a jump ball.
It takes 5 seconds off the clock, too, as they got to recover that football, make sure you secure it. Try not to get hit hard and drop the football and ultimately give up the chance at this drive. And nonetheless, ends up being a pretty nice return for Rochester Adams as they'll get started at their 39-yard line with 11 seconds to go in the half. Twins to either side for Rhino Waters. take the snap. He'll hand that ball up off the middle to Mateo Humbert, and he'll be packed right at the line of scrimmage. And that is where things will tick down to the end of the first half. Lakers 30, Rochester Adams 21. Take another look at that real quick as Brandon Davis-Swain in on that again. Some support as well, but Brandon Davis-Swain meets him right at the line of scrimmage, and that is where things will end in this first half. Lakers 30, Rochester Adams 21. We'll be back with the Laker halftime show after this on your home for Laker football, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Find us on Instagram at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Looking for a score, a schedule, a story? MHSAA.com has you covered. Our newly redesigned website has everything you need to follow high school sports in Michigan. And it's optimized for mobile use. Fans can submit scores on a Friday night, check playoff pairings and game times, or read about the student athletes from your community. Your first stop is MHSAA.com. Connect with us online and get everything you need all in one place.
Be an advocate for environmental health, a protector of your family.
It's hazardous. It does not go down the sink.
And the things around you. Because our health is connected to our environment, let's work together and make healthier choices for a healthier future. Get started at michigan.gov/EnviroHealth.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Missed one of our live broadcasts or one of your local municipal meetings? Check it out online at civiccentertv.com. Every meeting, show, and interview on demand. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Stormwater travels through a vast system of pipes and pumps to move water away from our homes to a water treatment plant and back into the Great Lakes.
Our system is not designed to handle rainfall from extreme storms that can lead to freeway flooding and basement backups.
Help protect your property and your community by making sure storm drains are clean and avoid using your washing machine so as not to overload the system during a storm.
Keep our system fresh and flowing. It's all one water.
Welcome back to the Laker halftime show on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School as you're seeing the various classes riding their pre-designed floats around Laker Stadium on the track. A great tradition here at West Bloomfield High School. Rock and roll is this particular float, a big guitar, and you see the Rolling Stones iconic lips and tongue logo rolling by the 50-yard line at the Swamp as each of these classes represented with their own design, their own special theme for this year's homecoming festivities. Had a number of different specially themed days all throughout the week. This week began on Monday, Class Colors Day today on the Friday of the homecoming game, and this is all part of a big tradition at West Bloomfield High School, showcasing each of the classes, the homecoming court, recognizing some of the upperclassmen on the football team as well in their final homecoming, and welcoming back many alumni from across the years at West Bloomfield High School, and also a great football game as well throughout the first half. The Lakers leading at the half by a score of 30-21 off of most of those points coming from in the air for West Bloomfield, and as well a rushing touchdown for Cam Flowers and a field goal for Justin Ward. As we see these classes be celebrated this year, the seniors coming by. We'll see that final touchdown of the first half for Rick Nance and company. Gets a nice pocket and throws a bullet straight up the gut in the middle of the field to Brandon Davis-Swain into the end zone, and a great catch to end the first half for the Lakers. That set up this 30-21 lead with just seconds left in the half, about 16 seconds left. But that's been the story of this first half, Matt. That Laker receiving core has been fantastic, and Rick Nance has been setting them up really well for some nice catches.
Yeah, this offense has been lights out so far today, aside from the snapping issues. They've been perfect, and it's just been interesting to watch how they factor in these guys, all these different skill position players, all the things that they're able to do with the ball, and how they account for that and how they work each one of them in.
As we see the senior fever float going by, the seniors have been huge for the Lakers tonight on both sides of the ball. Some key tackles for Brandon Davis-Swain, getting to the quarterback at the end of the half, getting to the rusher for Rochester Adams to stop them on fourth down, ultimately turning that ball over to West Bloomfield. And on the offensive side, the gunslinger Rick Nance been fantastic, but his wide receivers also, like Nigel Dunton. It's been a big game for him, both in the receiving game, but also on the ground.
Yeah, really, I've been very impressed with his running ability tonight. His vision with the ball has been phenomenal, but he's also just been running with that ferocity and intensity that he has been this entire season.
The Lakers playing an excellent game in all three phases. A couple of early mistakes, and resilience has really been the key theme for both of these teams so far this game. With the Lakers, that first offensive drive, they have just 2 plays. They fumble on that second play deep in their own territory. Rochester Adams comes back and strikes first blood, getting on the board, taking a 7-0 lead. And West Bloomfield answering right back. Rochester Adams answering back after that to tie things up at 14 and ultimately make this a little bit of a back-and-forth game. But then the momentum swung back to West Bloomfield. Rochester Adams answered that back. But both of these teams content to go back and forth against their opponent tonight. Neither of these teams really seeing a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, really, both of these teams have had their shares of ups and downs this game. The Lakers really very easily could have just buried their heads in the sand earlier this game after a few bad snaps, going down early, but instead they fought back and they eventually took the lead after tying it at 14. And similar with Rochester Adams, this Lakers offense has been humming this entire game. They very easily could have just, been discouraged after, being in position to make some key plays after forcing that fumble, but Josh Tate comes up with it and forces a first down, and then you have Nigel Dunton forcing that touchdown. They could have buried their heads in the sand right there, but instead they come back and they scored a touchdown to keep this game that much closer.
That resilience music to the ears of these Lakers fans as you're seeing the band get ready to take the field for their special performance. The marching band, athletes in their own right. Dave Scott and we discussed this last week when we were out at Lake Orion filming footage of last week's game that you saw earlier on tonight. As you see the Laker bat signal, the anchor, over the gym at West Bloomfield High School, over the lifting gym at the high school. I don't know how those band students are able to play those instruments, move around the field, design these different designs on the field with just the personnel, and even at the high school level, really impressive band at West Bloomfield High School. This marching band actually participated earlier on this week. We talked about it on the Splash Live, a daily news and talk show here in West Bloomfield that we air each and every day, 8:30 a.m. and all throughout the day on Civic Center TV. We talked about the story earlier on in the week that they went down to essentially marching band tournament and showcase in Ohio, meeting with a number of different other marching bands from the local area and from in the state of Ohio as well. At the University of Toledo, had an opportunity also to learn some additional practices from the music department at the University of Toledo, and that's something also to really cheer on. This team, this Lakers marching band, also excellent, just like the football team and just like the Palms team now out for their performance. We saw the cheer team out earlier. Palms now with their performance. We'll see the band come out in the field later on. We saw those great floats also, as this all plays into tradition at West Bloomfield High School. Much like these other schools, the great thing about homecoming is you get to see the way that traditions have changed at the high schools over the years, but ultimately how much love there is for the school as sort of that central point in the community.
Yeah, really, that's the great thing about homecoming. You have a lot of that mix of tradition, but also with those new things that are going to come in and also kind of factor in and become new traditions in their own right. And it's just great to see how the community can come together and just celebrate those traditions.
Talk about the cheer team, you talk about the Palms team, and even the marching band, the way they move around with those instruments in their hands. Plenty of great athletes at West Bloomfield High School across the various sports, across all seasons. not just the football team on the field on Friday nights who represent the school very well, but every one of these programs does a great job of representing West Bloomfield High School, whether it's in the classroom, on the field, on the court, or anywhere all across the community, as you're seeing the Swamp, the Laker faithful, and this whiteout tonight for homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School, and so far a great football game for them, and a lot to celebrate at West Bloomfield High School tonight. Not just all these individual programs and our classes and, of course, the marching band, but having an opportunity to showcase this Laker program that has had a resurgence over the last 15 years or so. We'll have plenty more to talk about on the Laker Halftime Show. The Lakers 30-21 over Rochester Adams at the half. You're watching and listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Follow us on Twitter at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Today I'm going to tell you about sportsmanship because it's important. Treat your opponents the way you would want to be treated. My mom says that. Listen to the referees. It's their job. Be nice to their team and our team. Cheer them on. Always play fair. It's the right thing to do. It's sportsmanship. It's not that hard.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Two milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. A lethal dose is in here. Who gets it, I won't know.
It's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
The sad reality is fentanyl is being mixed into everything now.
More kids should know.
Welcome back to the Laker Halftime Show on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Tyler Keefe alongside Matt Catoni, Dave Scott, and the entire team from Civic Center TV. You can follow along with Laker football all season long on civiccentertv.com/Lakersports. That's your home to see each and every football game this week against the Rochester Adams Highlanders. Next week, we have our plans to be out at Clarkston High School for another big OAA Red Division matchup between a team that had beaten Rochester Adams earlier on in the season 7-28 just a couple weeks ago. The Clarkston Wolves still very much a factor in this OAA Red Division, and will take on the Lakers next week. It's 2 consecutive away games for West Bloomfield Lakers up in northern Oakland County. Next week at Clarkston. The week after that, they'll travel up to Wildcat Country and take on Oxford before ultimately coming back home for their home finale 3 weeks out against Southfield A&T. You can learn more about the Laker football team each and every week after this week's game. It's This Week in Laker Football. Early on in the week, I'll talk with Zach Hilbers and players and coaches from across the West Bloomfield High School football team. We'll review this week's game, we'll preview next week's game, and learn some more stories, give you some insight into this Laker football team all season long, exclusively on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. There's a lot of storylines, Matt, that go into this West Bloomfield Lakers football team. It's a very interesting team. A team that's got a rabid fan base that loves to keep up with these players, and these are players that are making headlines at the high school level and ultimately also going on to that next level and making big news as well. You think about some of our recent stars like Donovan Edwards, Dylan Tatum, Trey Mosley, among others, and Brandon Davis-Swain looking like that next guy that's going to go to the next level and have a big impact too.
Yeah, Brandon Davis-Swain, being honored tonight for his Under Armour All-American Bowl invitation, and he's really just living up to the level of hype that's surrounding him as a prospect, having just an incredible game, making an impact in the pass or on offense and defense.
As you see, the homecoming court takes center field at West Bloomfield High School. Among the court is one of your Laker football players, Jamar Johnson in the Laker 52. The senior offensive lineman, 6 foot, 255 pounds, a starting right guard for West Bloomfield High School, part of the homecoming court tonight, and his sunglasses out there. Pretty cool experience for him, being on the football field for homecoming tonight. You see the parents also alongside on the sideline, and as each and every one of these groups from the homecoming court will be walking down the field, being introduced by Stoney, the PA announcer, the stories being told. It's a really nice night for the kids at West Bloomfield High School, getting to celebrate these upperclassmen in particular as Jamar walks across the field. A place he's been very familiar with over the last few seasons. A big role he's been taking over this season for West Bloomfield High School as he's been set in that offensive line. He's the center for the West Bloomfield Lakers. Previously has been a guard for this team and had big shoes to fill coming into the season, taking over for Dallin Henry. It's his second year as a starter, his first as the center, and I talked to him about this earlier on this season. The offensive line plays such a key role, but that center position is really huge. The center often being referred to as the quarterback of the offensive line as he receives his crown, the homecoming king for the center.
Yeah, really, and as you said, the center is considered the quarterback of the offensive line. You could even say it's considered the king of the offensive line right there as he gets his crown. And as the Lakers will be looking to have another dominant second half right here and hopefully come away with the win.
Yeah, cheering on his team from the sideline, the king not in pads tonight for West Bloomfield High School. And nonetheless, that offensive line having a great night as we're seeing all these smiles down on the field. A great night for everyone in this class at West Bloomfield High School. We'll take a break. Plenty more coverage from tonight's game between the Lakers and Rochester Adams coming up next on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Today I'm going to tell you about sportsmanship because it's important. Treat your opponents the way you would want to be treated. My mom says that. Listen to the referees. It's their job. Be nice to their team and our team. Cheer them on. Always play fair. It's the right thing to do. It's sportsmanship. It's not that hard.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Find us on Instagram at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Watch West Bloomfield Lakers football all season long on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Join Tyler Keefe and Matt Catoni each week for live, in-depth, and exclusive coverage before, during, and after the big game. It's your local high school football team on the road and in your backyard on your home for West Bloomfield Laker football, Civic Center TV, and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Looking for a score, a schedule, a story? MHSAA.com has you covered. Our newly redesigned website has everything you need to follow high school sports in Michigan. And it's optimized for mobile use. Fans can submit scores on a Friday night, check playoff pairings and game times, or read about the student athletes from your community. Your first stop is MHSAA.com. Connect with us online and get everything you need all in one place.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. It's your Laker halftime show. West Bloomfield 30, Rochester Adams 21 at the break. A back and forth matchup with a lot of key plays all throughout the first half. Key players making big plays for West Bloomfield. Rick Nant's been fantastic at the quarterback position, and West Bloomfield getting into the end zone 4 times tonight just in the first half. It's been a bit of a shootout. We take a look at the most recent of those scoring plays. Rick Nance getting a nice pocket again. Great blocking from this Laker offense tonight. And gets that straight up the gut into the end zone to Brandon Davis. Swain rolls in for 6 points. That set the Lakers up 30-21 with just seconds left in the first half. That's a huge play too, Matt, because that sets West Bloomfield up with a 9-point lead off of a missed PAT, but ultimately gives them a touchdown plus lead going into the second half, a second half where Rochester Adams will get the football to begin.
Yeah, especially because considering the fact that Rochester Adams was able to gain some momentum, putting together a touchdown drive in their own right before the Lakers were able to get in the end zone right there. So had they not gotten in the end zone or any points right there, the Lakers would have been faced with the Rochester Adams offense coming off a touchdown drive in their own right and really having all the momentum in their favor with only a 3-point lead.
Lakers already back out on the field getting warmed up for the second half. You see one of those players there in number 56 for West Bloomfield, Kieran Hughes, one of the long snappers in training for West Bloomfield High School. I saw another player in the 88. That's a new jersey number on this roster, and likely one of those players that comes up from the JV team. We saw him just a little bit earlier. There he is on your screen on civiccentertv.com/Lakers Sports. I misread that. That's number 66, Ashton McCoy, a senior. But you are going to start to see, as we get into the latter half of the season, a lot of guys coming up from down the depth chart onto this team, getting some what they call fifth quarter action from the JV squad. They can play a full JV game. They can come up and get at least 1 quarter of experience at the varsity level. Seen a lot of players do that in the past, including the quarterback, Rick Nance, had that sort of experience before his first of 3 years as the starting quarterback at West Bloomfield High School, getting a lot of cheers from the Laker faithful tonight as he's pulled in two touchdowns late in the first half and 3 overall in the first half to his wide receivers. Other guys like Elijah Durham, too, another one of those fifth quarter players, and boy, has he been having an electric season so far.
Yeah, Elijah Durham has really been phenomenal to start off the year. Like you said, he's been electric, and it's just been incredible to watch. As almost every single time he touches the ball, he almost finds a way to get in the end zone. If not, it's just a key play, crucial situation, he finds a way to come through.
We talked about resilience earlier on in this game as we saw Rick Nance there. He has got to be one of the most resilient players we have seen at West Bloomfield High School ever, and at the very least in a very long time. Some injuries over the past few seasons, some disappointing plays throughout the years, a little bit of growing pains along the way too, and some tough experiences. He came back from injury last season, right just in time for the playoffs, has his worst performance statistically of the season with 5 interceptions against Cass Tech in that first round thriller of an upset at West Bloomfield High School to end last season, and came back even more focused this year in 2023 and off to an amazing start. Over 1,000 yards passing, 3 touchdowns just tonight alone, 44 touchdowns in his Laker career just after the first half tonight, and just 2 away from the school record after those 3 touchdowns. And what a great job, too, being done by Zach Hilbers, keeping this team level-headed, keeping this team hungry in just his first season as the head coach.
Yeah, really doing a good job of what he said his goal was at the start of the season, and really just keeping things moving, keeping the momentum going that this program has had over the past few years, and really just not interfering with that and just, keeping things going in a positive direction.
That's what the head coach is there to do, lead the team forward, set the tone, set the culture at West Bloomfield High School, and no better guy to take over that job than Zach Hilbers, who's been at the helm as an assistant coach for 17 years and has seen this team from the assistant coach's perspective in a variety of different capacities. He's coached the offensive line, he's coached wide receivers, he's coached quarterbacks, most recently as a position coach, and been the associate head coach over the last several seasons with Tyrese Grice as well. And this team has embraced this coaching staff. One thing about West Bloomfield that has been consistent is their consistency. Not a lot of turnover on their coaching staff. Although at the head coach position, they've had a couple of changes over the last few years, but really been able to keep things internal at West Bloomfield High School. And as we go up against a team like Rochester Adams, that plays in big because this guy on your screen, Tony Petrito, is Mr. Consistency in football in Southeastern Michigan. 34 years as a head coach, and 21 of those at Rochester Adams.
Yeah, really just an incredible resume for Coach Petrito. It's really remarkable how long he's been able to stay at Rochester Adams, and not just stay there, but also have the program run at a high level.
170 wins as the head coach of the Highlanders out of his 191 wins overall as a head coach over 34 years at the helm. He's in the Michigan High School Football Coaches Association Hall of Fame, as he saw West Bloomfield former head coach Ron Bellamy go into the Hall of Fame tonight. And that iconic shirt and tie, he explained this a couple of years ago, why he wears a shirt and tie on the sideline. This is something we saw head coaches back in the early days of football, back in the Vince Lombardi days, would come out in a shirt and tie and a blazer. He says he wears a shirt and tie, quote, out of respect for the game. It's been a tradition of his since his first head coaching job at his alma mater, his original coaching job as a head coach at Bishop Foley. And everybody in this league respects Tony Petrito. He's been an excellent head coach for Rochester Adams and has set that program up for years and years of success while at the helm. And multiple appearances deep in the playoffs, a state championship as well, and been very deep in the playoffs in recent years with a couple of heartbreaks and a very competitive Division I in Michigan. We'll put 12 more minutes on the clock. We'll get started in the second half. 24 minutes to play, 12 in the third quarter, as Justin Ward will kick the ball off to Rochester Adams to start half number 2. Lakers 30, Rochester Adams 21. The signal and the kick from Ward at the 40-yard line. It's another boomer down deep in territory. Will be returned at the 6-yard line. Up to the 20-yard line, gets a block at the 25, out to the 30-yard line, and stopped at the sideline. That's where Rochester Adams will begin their first offensive drive of the second half.
Yeah, a booming kick right there for West Bloomfield, but a nice return right there by Rochester Adams. We've really seen an impressive display from both special team units so far this game.
Yeah, credit to these kickoff returners for Rochester Adams, been able to set up opportunities at multiple sites down the field, whether it's a short kick or a long kick, get a lot of yards and set that offense up really well to start drives up in their territory or really close to positive territory. In this case, first drive of the second half for the Highlanders will begin at the 30-yard line on their side of the field with 11:54 to go in the third quarter. First down and 10 for Rochester Adams. Rhino Waters at the quarterback. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls out to his right side, goes to the 35-yard line, pushes forward to the 40, and gets to the line to gain. They'll give him the first down.
A lot like we saw in the first half. They have their quarterback, Waters, running the ball. Only difference this time, it's out of the empty formation, which we also saw them come out on the first play of the game as well.
Big shoes to fill for the sophomore quarterback, taking over for Parker Pico. Quarterback who was 55 for 122 out of 122 passes for 1,172 yards and 17 touchdowns last season. And the Southpaw very much in a model of his predecessor and having a great season so far. First and 10 at the 41-yard line, snap and a handoff out to the outside about the 45-yard line. That's where Drew Hepner will take it before being forced out of bounds. Gets about 4 yards.
Yeah, another run out of that empty formation right there. Really a physical run as well for this Rochester Adams team, as they have really just been doing a good job playing a physical brand of football today.
Moving relatively quickly, not necessarily a hurry-up offense, but getting themselves set, getting into their play very quickly and keeping things moving so far in the second half. 11:46 to go. My apologies, 10:44 to go in the third quarter at West Bloomfield High School. West Bloomfield 30, Rochester Adams 21. Second and 4 at the Rochester Adams 47-yard line. Twins out to the left, man in motion, snap to Waters. He'll take it up the gut, past the 50-yard line, down to the 45, runs into a gaggle of Lakers, but ultimately will get the first down.
Yeah, again, another physical run right there for the quarterback, really showing no fear and that he's willing to run in between the tackles, and he picks up a first down right there.
Key tackle there from Brandon Davis-Swain, assist from Brody Pecor as well. The All-American having a really big game tonight for West Bloomfield and wanted to be vocal in this game. Didn't like how things went last week, those frustration penalties, whether it's from his linemen or from his secondary or linebackers at the second level. Wanted to take that leadership role in week number 5, and so far has been leading by example on this defensive line. First and 10 for Rochester Adams at the Laker 48. A jump from the wide receiver will be a false start. That'll set Rochester Adams back up in their territory on first down and long.
I thought earlier in this game there was a time where we noticed a wide receiver flinch and false start. Now it looks like this time he didn't get away with it, as now he sets a Rochester Adams up in poor position now with the 1st and long.
Yeah, Drew Hepner just a little bit ahead of the snap there. You can see it. He was frustrated. He knew right away he made a mistake. Nonetheless, 1st and 15 now for Rochester Adams with 9:40 to go in the 3rd quarter. At their own 48-yard line off the penalty, snap to Waters. Quick pass out to his left side. It is caught by Battershell, and he is slammed right away. Jameer Benjamin again in on that tackle.
Yeah. Really just a phenomenal tackle right there. As soon as Rochester Adams comes down with this ball right here, he is brought down. And really just showing how impressive of a tackle it is. That really looked like more so just a one-arm tackle, and he's able to bring him down.
Justin Tyler, the tackler there for West Bloomfield, just attacked him right off of that. Stayed back in coverage, playing that zone defense, knew that ball was going there, and attacked right away to make a nice tackle. And Justin Tyler quietly having a very nice season for the Lakers. Whether they line him up at safety or they line him up in more of a nickel back position, executes very well in that secondary. 2nd and 8 at the Laker 46. Snap and a fake handoff. Waters will take it, gets plenty of space. Down to the 30, rushes out of bounds. A flag on the play at the end as he gets down to the 27-yard line.
Yeah, my guess is that's going to be a hold right here that's really going to take away 10 yards from this phenomenal run right here from Waters. He hasn't really been able to break that many off today, few if even any, and he's able to rip off a nice run right there that'll have 10 yards taken off of it from what I'm assuming is a hold.
We'll get the call from the referee. 8:33 to go in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 30, Rochester Adams 21. That is going to be a holding called on the offensive side. Very astute observation from the color commentator. Will set Rochester Adams back as the gunslinger took it for a really nice run. And again, Rochester Adams getting into positive territory, and those penalties setting them back. So we take a second look at this run from Rhino Waters. That hold just a little bit before the 25-yard line. Maybe call that a little bit questionable whether or not that was ultimately a hold at the sideline there. Looked like just a little bit of a swallow up from the Lakers secondary trying to get around the blocker up the field. Nonetheless, 2nd down and 2 at the Laker 40-yard line for Rochester Adams to take the snap. Waters rolls out to his left side, looking down the field, passes to the outside, and ultimately just throws it away at the 35-yard line to set up 3rd down.
Yeah. After what would have been a huge 1st down run right there for Rochester Adams, they're forced into a 2nd and short because of that penalty. Try and catch the Lakers defense sleeping right there with the pass after a few nice runs. Unfortunately, the Lakers defense isn't sleeping, and they're able to set up a 3rd and short right here.
8 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 30, Rochester Adams 21. It'll be a 3rd down and 2 for Rochester Adams at the Laker 40-yard line. Getting a call from the sideline, Rhino Waters setting up his offense. See Mateo Humbert there in the backfield for him. Split out to the left, Drew Hepner and Brady Prescorn, and twins to the right for the Highlanders. Man in motion is Battershell. He'll take the ball to the outside at the 40. Gets to the 35, to the 30, and ultimately taken down by Nigel Dunton. That will move the chains forward for Rochester Adams as they get deeper into Laker territory.
Only needing a handful of yards right there to pick up the 1st down, and he had it with ease. There's nobody in sight at the sticks, and unfortunately the Lakers can't get off the field right there.
Getting outside the tackles and using his speed to get past the line to gain and get those extra yards. 1st down and 10 for Rochester Adams, coming up at the Laker 29-yard line with 8 minutes and counting to go in the 3rd quarter. The Highlanders will once again split 2 out to the left. Brady Prescorn wide, and Drew Hepner lined up just outside of the tackles. One man in the backfield is Mateo Humbert. Snap to Waters. He'll roll it to the right side. Inside the tackle and the guard. Takes it up to the 25 and down to the 23-yard line.
Yeah. Really just moving the ball down the field methodically right now, this Rochester offense. Really right now Waters is doing a good job of really kind of leveling it and even taking it upon himself to run the ball on 1st down a lot of these times.
2nd down and 3 for Rochester Adams with 7:18 to go in the 3rd quarter. Marching up the field. A nearly 5-minute drive at this point for Rochester Adams to start the 2nd half. Down just 9 points against this West Bloomfield Lakers team that they have beaten 3 consecutive times over the last 2 seasons. Twice in the regular season and once in the playoffs 2 seasons ago in that 13-14 game on a chilly night at Rochester Adams. 2nd down and 3. Waters in the pistol. One man in the backfield is Humbert. Takes the snap. He'll roll out to his right side. The southpaw looking for the sideline, and is batted away in the secondary by Bryce Rowe. That'll set up 3rd down, a heads-up play for the cornerback, but here comes the flag. Some extracurriculars perhaps after the play as Rowe got a clean look at that football and ultimately batted it away. Maybe that kick of the football afterward could be what caused that penalty there as it bounced out of his hands, hit the ground, and wanted to come up with that interception. Has a disappointed look on his face. We'll get an official call from the referees in just a moment as they talk this over near the 20-yard line. They're going to pick that flag up, ultimately just call it an incomplete pass. No penalty after that one, and it will set up 3rd down and 3 for Rochester Adams.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of proving of whether or not that he intentionally kicked it or if it was just a moment of he's running towards the sideline, the ball happens to be right there. Maybe or not he did it, but you can't prove it. Can't throw the flag there.
6.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. West Bloomfield 30, Rochester Adams 21, sets up a 3rd down and short for Rhino Waters and the Highlanders in Laker territory. On the left hash, empty backfield with trips to the right, bunched up for Rochester Adams. One man in motion, snap to Waters. He'll roll inside and outside and back inside, but ultimately get taken down by Jonathan Gabriel, and that'll set up 4th down.
Once again, Waters takes it upon himself. He fakes the handoff, keeps the ball, tries to get inside the tackles and just get the necessary yardage, but he is swallowed up right there by the Lakers defense, and Gabriel brings him down, fortunately behind the sticks for the gain.
Saw that broken contain inside, tried to follow his left tackle, Liam Kenya, his right guard, William McPherson, on that ultimate side, and Jonathan Gabriel following along with the quarterback, keeping a good eye. 4th and 3. Snapping a handoff outside of the 20-yard line and just past. And it'll give them the 1st down. They'll move the chains. It's just enough to move the chains for Rochester Adams.
Yeah. Really just eating up a ton of clock right here on this drive. Already having the ball for over half of this quarter. And it's just, we saw Stony Creek a few weeks ago employ a similar tactic on this Lakers defense, and it seems like Rochester Adams is picking up on that now.
Isaac King, the rusher on that play, gets the 1st down for Rochester Adams. They advance down to the Laker 18-yard line in the red zone with 5.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Scores 30-21 in favor of West Bloomfield. Man in motion for the quarterback, Waters. The southpaw throws it outside, caught by Hepner down to the 10-yard line, and ultimately taken out of bounds by Jameer Benjamin. A gain of 8 on 1st down.
After really running the ball tremendously so far this drive, fakes the handoff and delivers a strike right there to Hepner. They're able to keep the ball moving right here, and now the Lakers are in gut check time as they're inside of the 10.
Big sustained drive to start the 2nd half for Rochester Adams. Approaching 6 minutes as they march further into Laker territory down to the 10-yard line. 2nd down and 2 with 5:13 to go in the 3rd quarter. Waters will set up again in the pistol. Mateo Humbert just behind him in a 3-point stance. Twins out to the left for Rochester Adams. Waters throws outside, deflected, and that will cause it to be a incomplete pass. Still deep in the Laker territory. A heads-up play for West Bloomfield. Takes and just throws that really quickly. A defensive lineman bouncing upward. And a heads-up play, keeping an eye on the football for Will Espy, who's had a great couple of weeks for West Bloomfield, stepping up. One of those players that Zach Hilber's identified as having been key for West Bloomfield in the absence of some of their linebackers and some injuries in the secondary as well, and having a great game. Again, a key play deep in the red zone. That'll set up 3rd down and 2, still at the Laker 10-yard line on the left hash, as Rhino Waters, the sophomore quarterback, gets the call from the sideline. Paxton Battershell will step off the field. Isaac King will come on, make a couple more substitutions, and ultimately bring Lachlan Tillotson back into the fold. Twins to the right, it's Tillotson and Hepner, with Brady Priest going out to the left for Rhino Waters. Mateo Humbert in the backfield on 3rd down and 2. A lot of discussion on the field. Setting up this 3rd down, they're going to reset the clock. Get that all situated after a lot of time in between those plays. Waters takes the snap, looking for a pass. loses contain and gets taken down. 4th down coming up for Rochester Adams. And now they got to make a decision. Take the points or try to narrow this lead with a attempt at a 1st down in short yardage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting right here to see what Rochester Adams does. They're down 9 points here. A field goal could be in play, but after some kicking issues last week and it being such a crucial game, we could see them go for it.
Contain was broken. Kamari Pittman sticks with it and gets the sack for West Bloomfield. A key play to set up now 4th down and 3 at the Laker 13-yard line. Rochester Adams will line up for the kick. Adrian Monter will kick this ball to try to make it a 6-point game. 30-21 West Bloomfield with 4 minutes. Kick is up off of a high snap, and it does go through the uprights. West Bloomfield 30, Rochester Adams 24. You're watching and listening to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
So, I got my start in officiating when a friend told me I should try it. At first I just did basketball, and I got hooked. Before long, I added baseball, softball, football, and volleyball. I really enjoy giving back to the game, working with kids, and working with my local association to recruit and train new officials. I would like to say to anybody that officiating is a great way to help kids and stay connected to the game. We always need new officials. There's help wanted, just listen.
Come back, Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Lakers up 6 after the field goal by Rochester Adams, 30-24. That first drive of the second half, taking 6 minutes and 10 seconds off the clock for Rochester Adams. West Bloomfield goes back on the road next week, heading out to Clarkston for a rivalry game against the Clarkston Wolves. That game beginning at 7 o'clock, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Our coverage beginning with This Week in Laker Football at 6. The kickoff goes right to the goal line, received by the Lakers. They get down to the 10-yard line, skipping out around the 15 and to the 20-yard line. And short territory for West Bloomfield as that ball was kicked right at the goal line, and Cam Flowers takes it down to the 19.
Cameron Flowers, really dangerous. Every single time he gets the ball in his hands, he could rip one off to the end zone. But right there, he just fights off just enough to get into touchback territory after a booming kick from Rochester Adams.
Cameron Flowers, aptly nicknamed Ferrari. He gets that ball in his hands, he gets a couple of feet of space, and he is off to the races. A track star in his own right is the running back and wide receiver. Went to the regionals in the 4x100 and 4x200 last season. Runs the 100 meter in 10.6 seconds for you mathletes out there. That's a 4.2440 on average. Lakers will start this drive on their 19-yard line with 3:43 to go in the third quarter, up 30-24 on Rochester Adams. Nance in the gun with Tate to his immediate left. Snap to Nance. He'll hand that ball off on the outside to the 20, to the 25, out to the 30-yard line, and nearly a first down for West Bloomfield on that rushing play.
Yeah, really just more of the same that we've seen from this Lakers team. You get that jet motion right there, really to give this running game a head start. And they're once again able to pick up a nice run right there as Khalid Muhammad is able to keep this offense on schedule.
Yes, the senior getting his first touch of the season in the rushing game, the wide receiver. On that jet motion sweep to the outside. Sets up first down for the Lakers at their 30-yard line with 3:37 to go in the third. From the gun, Rick Nance looking up the middle and has batted away, intended for Marquise Morris into a little bit of traffic. Will set up second down at the 30.
Yeah, I don't know if there really wouldn't have been much chance for an escape right there if he was able to come down with this. Looking for just a few quick, easy yards on first down. Unfortunately, passed just a little bit too high, and he's not able to corral it.
Yeah, rushed and speed ball, too. Got a good throwing motion on that despite the contact. A little too quick and a little too high. Sets up second down for West Bloomfield. On the left hash mark at their 30-yard line, Nance in the shotgun. They'll have Josh Tate in the backfield. Up close, about a yard ahead of him to his right. Nance takes the snap, getting a good block from his blind side, throws down the field, got an open man, is caught by Elijah Durham again. Another strike for the bomb squad, puts the Lakers deep in Rochester Adams territory.
Deep ball Durham strikes once again as him and Nance are able just to connect on another just beautiful long pass, set the Lakers up very nearly in the red zone if they aren't, and this offense is just really humming beautifully today.
That connection by Elijah Durham and Rick Nance, unstoppable all season long. No secondary been able to shut that down so far this season. 1st and 10 for the Lakers at the Adams 18. Snap to Nance, hands it off to Flowers, runs up the middle, gets some space, down to the 5, and he walks into the end zone. Touchdown, WB.
Really just speaks to what this offense is capable of. You have the deep shot the play before to Elijah Durham, and you have this just beautiful run right here from Flowers. He cuts inside, right in between the tackles, and he's able to just really walk into the end zone once he gets to the second level.
His second touchdown of the season. Second touchdown of the night for Cam Flowers. Got an injured player down on the field for Rochester Adams with 3:10 to go in the third quarter off of that Lakers score. It's been a very physical game so far tonight, Matt, and both of these teams having some trouble with the physicality tonight, and hopefully we'll see that okay as it got a great block up the middle. The hole just opened right up, and we see those two Rochester Adams players running into each other. That's where that injury happened. A little bit of a blind side there for Rochester Adams. It's both those players running into each other. Man still down the field. We'll take a quick break on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
This is Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. On cable and the radio. On the web too, and on social media. Civic Center TV, television that's close to home.
After injury stoppage, Lakers 36-24 at West Bloomfield High School with 3:10 to go in the third quarter. On homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School, very competitive game so far, a physical game, and West Bloomfield able to quickly move up the field after a long sustained drive to start the second half for Rochester Adams. Leaves the game at 36-24 off of the touchdown rush by Cam Flowers, his 5th of the season, set up by a really nice play down the field from Rick Nance to Elijah Durham. As you see the quarterback take his helmet off and walk off the field. Having a great game tonight, calling a great game and setting the things up as he talks to offensive coordinator Ken Rise to review that scoring drive for West Bloomfield and talk about going forward in this game. This offense has been fantastic tonight. They went for 2-point conversion during that break that we had there off the injury. Did not convert on that 2-point conversion, trying to get some extra separation and make this a 14-point game. Instead, it will remain 36-24 as Rochester Adams will get their second drive on the offensive side of the second half.
Yeah, really, it's going to be interesting to see if either one of these teams are able to snag momentum now.
Short kickoff to about the 20-yard line, recovered by Rochester Adams. They'll get maybe a yard before West Bloomfield gets there and shuts things down quickly.
Now, the Rochester Adams offense right here is going to take the field. I'm sure they're probably still feeling tremendous after that drive together, but they barely had enough time to finish their cups of Gatorade during that Lakers drive. So it's going to be interesting to see how they feel after, we put together a great drive, 7 minutes, got our defense a rest. That Lakers offense has us right back here in just a matter of minutes after an explosive offensive display.
The senior Christian Limke on the return, a very short one, just a couple of yards for Rochester Adams as they'll start off their second offensive drive at their 22-yard line, down 36-24 to West Bloomfield. Waters in the shotgun, 2 men out to his left and his right. Takes the snap, rolls to his left side, breaks contain and has to take the ball, but ultimately taken down by Brandon Davis-Swain. Gets another sack at the 19-yard line.
Just again, this game has really been all about Brandon Davis-Swain, almost gets honored before the game, and ever since kickoff, he has just been establishing himself as a force in this game on both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball.
Really been a big problem for this Rochester Adams offensive line today. They've lined them up on the edge. They kind of doubled up the strong side edge in this case for the quarterback, having Brendan Davis-Swain and Jonathan Gabriel on the same side. Now they'll split them out to either side to attack the quarterback. Waters takes the snap, contained, broken again, rolls out, and again stopped by Brandon Davis-Swain. 2 plays in a row. Actually there, that is Blake Simmons making the play, but Brandon Davis-Swain right in on that mix also for West Bloomfield, chasing the quarterback and leading him right into the hands of Simmons and Brody Picourt.
Right now we're seeing what really can make this Lakers defense so scary is when you're put in the position to where you're expected to pass and you almost have to pass. This Lakers defensive front can really force pressure and get back into the backfield if they can key in on the pass.
1 minute and 42 seconds to go in the third quarter. Lakers up 36-24 on Rochester Adams. Off of 2 consecutive stops on the quarterback, it is going to be 3rd down and 13 at the 19-yard line of Rochester Adams. Waters takes the snap. Again, contain is broken. He's got no one down the field. He's rushing to the outside on the right side, throws it, and is batted away. Another big stop for West Bloomfield. Nothing going for Rochester Adams, and that will set up 4th down.
Pressure getting there once again, forcing Waters out of the pocket. He tries to extend the play and really make a nice throw going up against his body. Fortunately, the Lakers defense bats it away, and now they're set to maybe go up 20 points here if they can get into the end zone.
Just immense pressure for West Bloomfield, filling up the box, forcing Rhino Waters outside of the pocket. Meanwhile, the secondary is giving not a single opportunity, short or down the field, to set up the secondary play off of those design breakdowns. So now with 1:19 to go in the third quarter, Rochester Adams punts the ball off. They're going to let that land. It lands and careens into a Rochester Adams player and ultimately rolls down to about the 40-yard line. But they're going to mark that at the 46-yard line of of West Bloomfield, and that's where the Lakers will take over, trying to put even more separation in this already 12-point game, make this a 3-score lead potentially off of this drive.
Yeah, really, I'm going to look for the Lakers to get into the end zone right here because really a field goal doesn't necessarily do them all that much right here. It would still be a 2-score game going up 15, and you would put yourself in a 2-point conversion scenario.
Lakers 36, Rochester Adams 24. We'll see you next week in Clarkston when the Lakers take on the Wolves. 2 more road games on the way for West Bloomfield and Northern Oakland County. They'll see Clarkston next week. Then they'll go to Oxford 2 weeks out before coming home for the final home game of the season and a crossover against the OAA White Division Southfield A&T Warriors. 1st down and 10 for WB at the 47-yard line. Snap to Nance. Quick handoff will take it up to about the 50-yard line and pass with forward progress into positive territory on 1st down.
Yeah, not necessarily the most eye-popping run, especially from what we're accustomed to seeing from Nigel Dunton and his ability. But really just a carry that keeps the offense on schedule, gets that clock moving, as now, after this play, there's a good chance that the Lakers will take it to the 4th quarter.
Gets 4 yards on 1st down. Look, it doesn't have to be pretty. If you're getting 4 yards on any carry, especially on a 1st down carry, you're doing something right. And credit to that offensive line setting up these opportunities all night long for this Laker rushing attack. 2nd and 6 at the Adams 49-yard line. Nance takes the snap, quarterback draw, and he gets stopped back in negative territory at the 49.5-yard line. That'll set up 3rd down.
One of the few times that the Lakers have drawn up a run play for Nance this game. And this time, Rochester Adams is not fooled whatsoever, able to bring him back behind the line of scrimmage. And now the Lakers are set up with a 3rd and long.
Rick Nance getting the call from the sideline from Ken Rise and his coaching staff on the offensive side. Set up a 3rd down and 9. As the clock is ticking, 17 seconds, and going down in the 3rd quarter on this 3rd down. West Bloomfield 36, Rochester Adams 24. They're going to let this clock wind down to the end of the 3rd quarter. 12 minutes to play at West Bloomfield High School. West Bloomfield 36, Rochester Adams 24. This is Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Bloomfield Lakers football all season long on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV. Join Tyler Keefe and Matt Catoni each week for live, in-depth, and exclusive coverage before, during, and after the big game. It's your local high school football team on the road and in your backyard on your home for West Bloomfield Laker football, Civic Center TV, and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Welcome back to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Your home for West Bloomfield Laker football, again on the road next week. Friday, September 29th, 7 o'clock kickoff at Clarkston High School. The Lakers going into northern Oakland County to continue their OAA Red Division run. 2 more weeks in the red before they have a couple of crossover games with Southfield A&T back at home in 3 weeks, and then going on the road for the final game of the season at Oak Park. But all begins in Clarkston next week. Start the fourth quarter, Nance in the shotgun, takes the snap, a little bit of pressure, and the ball is batted away and ultimately incomplete. Intended up the field in positive territory, second down.
Yeah. Right there, third and long. Lakers are left with little choice but to throw it right there. Rochester Adams sends some heat. Unfortunately, the ball gets batted down for what looked like an open receiver, and the Lakers aren't able to pick up the first down.
11:46 to go in the game. West Bloomfield up 36-24 coming into the fourth quarter. And this offense has been absolutely on fire tonight for West Bloomfield. It's been tough to guard them because while the Lakers came into this game throwing on 53% of their plays and just rushing on 46%, 47%, tonight they've been very balanced across the board and been excellent, both rushing and passing. Ultimately, we'll punt this away. Jaden Allos will give the ball up to Rochester Adams. Lands about the 25-yard line and takes a Laker bounce deeper down into Rochester Adams territory, ultimately going out of bounds at the 25, and that's where the Highlanders will try to begin this attack back on West Bloomfield, down 12 points, but with plenty of clock still left in this ball game.
Yeah, crucial drive right here, because if the Lakers are able to force a 3-and-out or even just get off the field without giving up any points, it really puts them in the driver position to really end this game with their next offensive drive. But really for Rochester Adams, the perspective is, can you really afford to have another drive like your initial drive out of the half where you took up the entire quarter? Because then you leave yourself with little wiggle room if you're able to score a touchdown after.
Rochester Adams been able to put up some pretty good numbers against very competitive teams, put up 22 on Orchard Lake St. Mary's and 33 last week in the OAA Red against Oxford. 24 tonight. Snap to Waters. Takes it on first down to right back the line of scrimmage. Gets about 1 yard and will set up a 2nd and 9.
Yeah, Waters just yet again taking another carry. He's definitely over double-digit carries at this point in this game. The Lakers defense is able to get to him quick with Gabriel forcing him back inside, and he's only able to pick up 1 or 2 yards.
11 and a half to play in the ball game as you see Brody Pecor having a really nice game. Assisting tackles, been a lead tackle a couple of times tonight on some key plays in the rushing game. Been big for the Lakers this season in a tough role. Second down snap, and he gets stuffed by both Brandon Davis Swain and Jonathan Gabriel, with Brody Pecor also in on that again. Getting to the quarterback and helping his D lineman stuff that play pretty much right after the ball was snapped.
And now setting up another 3rd and long where this Lakers defensive front can just key in on that pass and just, like Brandon Davis's nickname, punish the quarterback.
It's that trade-off against the veer option offense. Do you keep your guys back and protect the second level, or do you flood the box and get after the quarterback? The Lakers sticking to what they do best, putting pressure on the quarterback from the edges, letting those interior linemen attack as well. 3rd down for Rochester Adams. Throws it down the field. A big catch at the 50-yard line. Advances them into positive territory. It's Lachlan Tillotson.
Really just a nice throw right there. Quick play fake right there to the running back. Then Waters steps up in the pocket and delivers a nice strike over the middle to get a crucial first down.
Just a beautiful spiral. In that open side, had some open space to the left of his receiver and puts it right in that perfect pocket to set up a first down and a first down in Laker territory at the 39-yard line. Lakers 36, Rochester Adams 24 with 10:23 to go in the ball game on homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School. Ryland Rhino Waters, the quarterback in the pistol. One man in the backfield, takes the snap, hands it off to Mateo Humbert, and he gets stopped with negative yardage. Will get taken back 1 yard by a slew of Laker D linemen who jumped the line and got right to the rusher.
Usually with these veer and heavy run style offenses, it's usually a game of attrition, war of attrition, of just beating down that defensive line and eventually tiring them out so you can rip off better carries. It's actually been the opposite here tonight, as the defensive line has worn down that offensive line of Rochester Adams.
Sometimes great blocking bites you. The center, Aiden Barghouti, was able to pancake Kamari Pittman, but it ended up setting up a secondary attack from the right edge. And that'll set up second down and 11. Handoff again to Humbert. No, it's pulled by the quarterback instead. Here comes Rhino Waters, gets the first down and more, and advances down to the 25-yard line. Another really nice fake for the quarterback. Pulls that football at the very last second and takes it up the sideline. Got some open space, got the first down, and got out of bounds, keeping himself protected, although a little bit of extra contact after he was out of bounds right as that whistle came through.
Yeah, really just a nice pull right there. Really able to catch the Lakers defense off guard and just squeak past it and outreaching Gabriel right there and rip off a really nice run.
The benefit of not just having a quarterback that can hide the football in this option offense, but all that motion in the backfield. Sometimes in these veer offenses, you'll set up with two rushers in the backfield, one that's going to be that veer rusher, one that's going to be your dive rusher like we see Humbert being. In this case, they use wide receivers as that veer back. Snap and an attempt into the end zone just outside of the reach of Drew Hepner will set up second down.
Just a miscue right there for the Rochester offense. Looked like he was going to be open right there for a walk-in touchdown. Waters sails the pass. Unfortunately, you see him right there tap his chest saying, "My bad," to his receiver. And now really set up tremendously right here for the Lakers defense to key in on that pass and really try and force more pressure.
9 minutes and 2 seconds to go in this ball game, and down 12 points are the Rochester Adams Highlanders in Laker territory at the 16. 36-24, West Bloomfield in the fourth quarter. Waters out of the pistol, pulls it off to the left side, and Jonathan Gabriel's right there, fighting the quarterback and pulls him down. Sticking with it and pulls him back to the 20-yard line.
Yeah. John Gabriel tonight has really made himself familiar and accustomed to quarterback Waters, and it's just been interesting to kind of watch this ongoing battle between Waters and Gabriel on these quarterback runs where he pulls it last minute and tries to squeak past Gabriel.
That'll set up a third down and 13 at the Laker 29-yard line. It's a 20-yard line with 8:30 and counting to go in the fourth quarter, and the Lakers up 12 points. If you're just tuning in, you missed part of this game, you can always follow along on CivicCenterTV.com on our Lakers sports page, or tune in to our news magazine show, The Splash, on Monday morning, 8:30. Snap and ball is batted away on third down. We'll set up fourth down for Rochester Adams. The secondary again getting involved. A quick snap and a quick pass for Rochester Adams.
Yeah. Again, trying to maybe add a little bit of deception right there, make them think they're going to dump it off to that man coming in motion. But Lakers defense isn't fooled. They stay disciplined, and a defensive lineman gets a hand on that ball to bat it down.
Pressure also playing a factor, and there's a quick pass, and just a little bit ahead of it was Lachlan Tillotson, the wide receiver. Fourth down and 12. They're going to go for it. Down 12 points in the fourth quarter to the Lakers. Waters takes the snap, gets the pressure, rolls outside, trying to set up a pass, throws it into the end zone, and it is caught, but it is knocked out. A physical play in the end zone causes a turnover on downs, but again, really physical this game. These players, a lot of open space. Everybody's attacking the football, and another collision between, this time, Justin Tyler. We're going to take a break on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
This is Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. On cable and the radio. On the web too, and on social media. Civic Center TV, television that's close to home.
Pure is what you make of it. It's how the hustle of the cities can change the course of history. It's the beauty of the things we create on a canvas, on a plate, or stretched high above the sidewalk. It's a patch of green or a stretch of blue, right in the heart of downtown. It's the buzz of it all, or if you prefer, it's tuning it all out. Clear your schedule and pursue your Pure in Pure, Michigan.
Welcome back to Laker football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. The Lakers putting on a show tonight for the Swamp in their whiteout on homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School. 36-24 in favor of West Bloomfield. A turnover on downs sets the Lakers up for another drive here in the fourth quarter with 8:02 to play in the ball game. 36 for West Bloomfield, 24 for Rochester Adams. We'll take things on the road next week to Clarkston, where the Lakers will go back into Wolves country, another rivalry game. And there are no off weeks in the OAA Red Division. You're seeing that this week in this matchup. And we've seen it in the past couple weeks too. 3 really tough matchups in a row for West Bloomfield. The first down pass to Elijah Durham, deflected and gets into his hands. We'll see if they call that ultimately a catched ball. It was near the sideline. Looks like the referee is lining up there. They're going to call that a complete pass. Another just dime delivered to Elijah Durham, and in traffic, that's all on the wide receiver, sticking with that football, not giving up on it, and another huge gainer in that partnership between Rick Nance and Elijah Durham.
It's not a segment anymore on ESPN, but if it were, that would be a candidate for Sunday early morning Sunday football. You just got mossed.
Yeah, definitely did. He pulled that ball in with a lot of traffic. Tough one to see, and had to get his feet in bounds also. Really nice play for the junior. Snap to Nance. He'll hand it off to Josh Tate. Tripped up and swallowed up after maybe a yard on first down.
Fortunate enough to get back to the line of scrimmage right there. He trips up. Unfortunate right there, but really the main point of that run is just to keep the clock moving. You're in plus territory. Just keep that clock moving. Drain some clock. You're ahead 2 possessions. Really just play the clock in field position at this point.
Stopped by the senior linebacker, Rico Hart. This is a guy that Coach Petrito really loves, an energy guy. He's always studying. He's playing cards, so you have him there. It just makes everybody else a little bit more focused and keying in on what they need to do each and every week. Those are the kind of players you love to have on your team. They're not necessarily making all the highlights, but they're setting them up and making everybody on their defense better. 2nd and 11 for the Lakers. Handoff to Flowers outside. Shifts around, but ultimately stopped at the 49. And the Lakers will lose a couple of yards on 2nd down.
Yeah. You're seeing this Rochester Adams team now really keying in on these runs and these jet sweep motions. Really just trying to do whatever they can to minimize any gain now going forward, as a punt really right now would put them in really bad field position as they're down 12.
The Lakers content to keep that ball running, take their time setting up these plays. As we got about 6.5 minutes to play in this ball game, they're up 12. Cam Flowers a little disappointed after that play. He thought he could shake that one out, get another good block, and get some at least positive yards on it. At the very least, get back to the line of scrimmage. But nonetheless, a quality play for him. He's able to follow his tackle, make a shifty move, and a credit to that defense. They guarded the outside edge in that boundary very well and didn't give him an opportunity. 3rd down and 12 for West Bloomfield at the 49-yard line of Rochester Adams. Showing blitz, snap to Nance. He's going to make another bomb pass down the field inside the 20, and it is almost intercepted. Ultimately incomplete, but almost gave that ball up on 3rd down. We'll take a second look.
Yeah, trying to catch them offside right there and dial up a deep shot. Fortunately, Nance just puts a little bit too much air on the ball right there, and they're unable to connect on that deep ball right there, and now sets up a 4th and long.
Isaac Kings had a really nice game tonight. Batted a couple of balls down, and right there on a tough assignment as a safety for Rochester Adams, going up against these Laker wide receivers. So many weapons to be guarding out there, especially when you're playing zone ball. In that case, it was man-to-man on the intended receiver, and got in front of it. Ultimately, still a win-win for Rochester Adams, setting up a 4th down and 12 with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Have a stoppage here. Timeout by West Bloomfield. They want to talk this over in these timeouts. for West Bloomfield when you're up 12 points. Not so consequential, but with the way that momentum can shift in these games, and we saw this earlier on in the season, that can ultimately down the line be a penalty, a timeout, my apologies, that you're really frustrated to lose.
I'm not exactly. It could have. This is a crucial punt, so I would not be surprised if Hilber's called that timeout, because setting Rochester Adams deep in their own territory here could be crucial.
Fourth quarter here at West Bloomfield High School. We'll have a full recap of this week's game on the Splash Live. Join us all throughout the week, Monday through Friday. 8:30 a.m. is our live show every day. The latest updates on the West Bloomfield Lakers football team and everything going on in West Bloomfield, Kegel Harbor, Orchard Lake, and Sylvan Lake Monday morning. So our recap day for West Bloomfield Laker football. 4th down and 12 for West Bloomfield in a punt formation. Protection punt too, trying to prevent a block. The ball does get off and goes down the field. Bounces at about the 22-yard line, takes a Laker bounce down to the 15 and rolls down even further inside the 10. Another excellent punt for Jaden Allos will set up Rochester Adams deep in their own territory with 5:49 to go in this ball game.
Yeah, really you can't ask for a much better punt right there, forcing Rochester Adams into a situation where now they will have to go almost the entirety of the field in 5 minutes, and then also have to get a stop or onside kick, and then score again on top of it.
Almost kicked that ball almost rolled all the way back down the fire station number 1, where next weekend will be the fire department open house Sunday from 12 noon to 3 o'clock at fire station number 1. You can park at West Bloomfield High School, get a shuttle ride up to fire station number 1, and if you can't make it out to fire station number 1 next week, you can join us for some coverage on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Waters in the quarterback, takes the snap, quick throw outside, and batted up in the air. Jonathan Gabriel gets his hand on the ball and sets up 2nd down.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen a lot of in this second half, especially a lot of batted balls by this West Bloomfield defense, as they seemingly are kind of starting to sink in on these throwing lanes and his throwing motion for Waters, and they're starting to knock down more passes.
With the incomplete pass batted away by the defensive line. 2nd down and 10 for Rochester Adams at their 9-yard line. Got to preserve the clock, but got to get out of that tight territory inside your 10 and move up the field. Waters getting the signal from the sideline. One man in the backfield with him is Mateo Humbert. Take the snap. Got a good pocket, looks down the field, and just throws it over the head of his intended receiver. But a lot of pressure there, and a flag down the field, going to be a pass interference.
Yeah, likely we'll see it on this replay potentially. Likely probably just getting a hold of that jersey a little bit, drawing the flag, and now really getting this Rochester Adams offense out of a hole.
Yeah, a little bit of contact as that ball was just going over the head of the intended receiver, but ultimately still going to be called a pass interference. Not a spot foul in high school, just going to be advancing the line of scrimmage and set up Rochester Adams for 1st down.
May not be a spot foul, but getting out of that shadow of your own end zone is crucial right there for Rochester Adams.
That indeed. Now lined up at their 24-yard line instead of that 9-yard line off the 15-yard penalty. 1st down and 10 with 5:40 to go in this ball game. Rochester Adams 24, West Bloomfield 36. Trips out to the left for the southpaw quarterback, Rhino Waters, the sophomore, his 1st season at the helm. Off the pre-scoring motion, takes the snap, looks for pre-scoring at the sideline. Now has to look down the field, intended and incomplete, going to Lachlan Tillotson in the double coverage.
Yeah, trying to dial up a deep shot right there. He scrambles out of the pocket. He's able to deliver a nice throw after that pump fake. Unfortunately, 2 West Bloomfield Lakers right there in coverage to bat it away.
He really wanted to get that ball to Brady Prescorn, a designed play. He had that little bit of a head fake, looked over to Prescorn, pump faked it because he wanted to throw that ball, but saw that linebacker pressure coming inside that would have been at least able to knock that ball down, if not pick that off and take it to the house. So instead, 2nd down at the 24-yard line. Snap to Waters. Loses contain again, rolls out to his left, overthrows it, trying to get to Tillotson again and just get rid of that football under immense pressure from this defensive line. They're having a fantastic game tonight.
Yeah, now that it's late in the game, Rochester Adams is backed into a position where they have to pass, coming out in empty sets a lot of the time, allowing this Lakers defense to key in on this pass, and we're starting to see them get a lot of pressure and force some bad throws.
across the OAA, final score tonight from Lake Orion defeating Stony Creek 49-28. The Lakers will see Clarkston next week on the road, going back into northern Oakland County. And then the week after that, they'll go to Oxford. All your coverage here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. 3rd down and 10 at the 24 for Rochester Adams. They'll hand it off to Humbert. He escapes outside, gets to the 30-yard line, past the line of the game, past the 40, down to the 50, down to the 45, and there goes Mateo Humbert, all league for his defensive play in 2022, but making a big play on the offensive side to advance Rochester Adams into Laker territory.
Yeah, 3rd and long there. Maybe the Lakers, again, keying in on that pass, expecting him to throw it. Rochester Adams comes out, throws a wrinkle in there, hands the ball off to Humbert, and he's able to rip off a nice chunk run.
That dive back been mostly somebody that Waters has faked the ball to tonight. Now they hand it off to him, and he makes a very big play. Some discussion between the referees and the sideline as we set up 1st down and 10 for Rochester Adams at the 45-yard line of West Bloomfield High School. Whistle to play active. The clock will start moving at 5:18. Waters takes the snap. Quick pass inside the hash marks and caught by Lachlan Tillotson. Get them about 6 yards on 1st down.
Yeah, nice throw catch right there by Tillotson. Really, you can see that pressure starting to get through Waters as he delivers the ball right here, but it's behind Tillotson to an extent, so he can't really do anything after the catch.
A great athlete for Rochester Adams. Had a really impressive touchdown last week in the corner at Oxford. A lot of pressure for the quarterback Waters. Ultimately throws that ball and is caught in the hands of Tillotson and ripped out. Rochester Adams recovers it. They're going to give him progress. They're going to call that a catch and then a fumble, and then Rochester Adams ultimately got on top of that ball. Isaac King with a heads-up play to keep Rochester Adams in possession.
Yeah, really nice throw right there from Waters, too, who's getting tackled by Swain.
They'll speed things up with 4:20 to go in the ball game, down 36-24 at West Bloomfield. Action on the offensive line as they're speeding things up. Going to be a false start and set them back a few yards from the West Bloomfield 8-yard line back to the West Bloomfield 12.
And Waters expressing his frustrations with the offensive line now after a key false start right there on a play where they were hoping to get into the end zone.
Trying to preserve those timeouts too. All 3 timeouts for Rochester Adams. Down 36-24 with 4:13 to go in this ball game. Waters out of the pistol, looking to the sideline, complete and out of bounds to Hepner, and he'll get about 1 yard on that play down to about the 14-yard line.
Yeah, trying to keep any more time from draining off that clock before they get in the end zone here. They dial one up to the outside. Doesn't really gain anything, but it's still able to keep that clock from moving anymore.
Yeah, ultimately stepped out of play at the line of scrimmage, will set up a 2nd down for Rochester Adams. 4:02 to play in this ball game. In the pistol, Waters pulls the ball, now getting pressure, escapes the tackler outside the 20, looks toward the 5, and ultimately it is almost an interception on a diving play in the secondary and incomplete.
Really an impressive display right there from Waters, maneuvering the pocket phenomenally, almost delivers a strike right here, very nearly picked off by Rowe, who makes a tremendous diving breakup right there.
A big thank you to Jared and Calvin at Master Control, rewinding that a little bit so you could see the end of that play as Bryce Rowe dove for that football, almost came up with it. Just a little bit too much traffic and it hits the ground instead. That'll set up a 2nd down for Rochester Adams at the Laker 13-yard line. Tony Petrito trying to piece together a 12-point comeback late in this ball game. 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go. All 3 timeouts. Has to score here. Come back up with the football and score again. The snap to Waters. Loses the pocket. Looks into the end zone. Caught at the 1-yard line. Advances into the end zone and a touchdown for Brady Prescorn. But there is a flag on the play.
Yeah, Prescorn just boxes him out right there. Earlier this offseason, we had Coach Petrito talk about how having a guy like Prescorn, who's 6'7", really can just help simplify things on offense sometimes. I think that's going to be a defensive pass interference, so the touchdown will stand as Prescorn just boxes him out and gets in the end zone.
exactly what the case will be. A touchdown for Rochester Adams makes it a 36-30 game as they set up for a field goal to make this a 5-point game with 3:48 to go on homecoming night at West Bloomfield High School. Low snap, they fake it. It's going to be a fake field goal pass. Looks inside and gets it for 2. Ultimately makes that a 4-point game now off of Lachlan Tillotson fake. Gets it into the end zone to Paxton Battershell.
Yeah, really nice fake right there. Caught the Lakers offsides. Now that puts Rochester Adams in position to where if they are fortunate enough to get the ball, get a stop, score a touchdown, they'll be up by 3 points and still not be in position to where a field goal would cost them the game.
In the second half, that has been all Lakers. Rochester Adams still has a chance. Laker football coming up more on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Inside your brain is the control center for how you think, talk, learn, and remember. 10 tips to keep it healthy. Get moving. Read a book. Reduce stress. Sleep well. Eat healthy. Quit smoking. Manage your blood pressure. Challenge your mind. Wear a helmet. Stay social. Be mindful of brain health now to help prevent things like dementia later. Learn more at michigan.gov/mybrainhealth.
Back on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Down to the wire at West Bloomfield High School, 36-32 off the 2-point conversion. An onside kick attempt for Rochester Adams bounces up the middle. West Bloomfield got a hand on the football, and they will take over at the 45-yard line on their side, but prevents an opportunity that would have been huge for Rochester Adams, who still has all 3 timeouts and 3:45 left in this game.
Yeah, really, this drive right here for both Rochester Adams and West Bloomfield comes down to discipline on both sides. West Bloomfield's got to be disciplined in their offensive game plan and really just keep the chains moving. Don't make anything like egregious risk. Just keep the ball moving, keep the clock moving, and put yourself in position to win this game.
Luckily for West Bloomfield tonight, that run game has been fantastic with Cam Flowers getting a lot of those touches. Josh Tate also having a really nice game out of the backfield, and so has Nigel Dunton. First down snap is a run to Nigel Dunton, gets to the line of scrimmage, and maybe 1 yard on first down.
Yeah, not much there available for Nigel Dunton, who's really done a good job of even making something available when there's nothing there. Just gets back to the line of scrimmage, no loss on the play, keeps the clock moving. It really brings up a crucial second down here for the Lakers as they try and make it a third and manageable at least.
2nd and 9 for West Bloomfield at their 46-yard line, 3:23 to go in this ball game. West Bloomfield 36, Rochester Adams 32. Twins out to the left for West Bloomfield, Cam Flowers and Elijah Durham. 2 men in the backfield alongside the quarterback, Rick Nance, in the shotgun. Snap and then handoff to Nigel Dunton. Advances forward again, maybe a yard, and again, that second level pressure, getting into the backfield and stopping a run forward for West Bloomfield.
Rochester Adams just loading the box now at this point, not really giving the Lakers any opportunity to break off any runs that would really hinder their chances of winning this game. But now setting up a 3rd and long for the Lakers, where I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if we see them take a shot downfield to Elijah Durham right here.
The safety, Tommy Offer, spying the rusher, Nigel Dunton, and setting up this 3rd and 7 at the Laker 48. 2:19 to go in this ball game. Nance in the shotgun. Same formation as the previous play, letting some time tick off the clock, takes the snap. Quick throw outside to Jaden Allos. It's caught down to the 45 to the 40, but ultimately stopped and out of bounds at about the 37-yard line. Nonetheless, that's going to advance the chains forward.
Just a key first down catch right there for Allos. Does a good job of making one man miss so he can pick up the first down. One thing I would say, though, would have been better for him to get down in bounds and really keep that clock moving and maybe force Rochester Adams to take one of their first timeouts.
Nonetheless, that advances the chains forward with 2 minutes and 1 second to go in this ball game, as Alice was able to escape Isaac King, get some extra yards, already had the first down, but getting down to the 38-yard line of Adams is an extra plus on that play. Nance with Flowers in motion, hands it off to him on the sweep, gets outside of the 40, breaks a tackle with a stiff arm to the 35 and down to the 30-yard line out of bounds. We'll see where they mark that ball, maybe just a little bit shy of the line to gain, but nonetheless a great run on first down for Cam Flowers.
Yeah, again, just another physical run from Flowers. You see the two stiff arms there. Looks like they're giving him the first down, but if he had not been able to pick up the first down there, that would have been crucial, as they would have likely just done a quick run up the middle, picked up the first, and forced Rochester Adams to take a timeout.
Still all 3 timeouts for Rochester Adams. They're down just 4 points with 1:55 to play, 36-32. Snap to Nance, hands off to Flowers, escapes the pressure inside, jukes around, gets ultimately to the 29-yard line. It's going to be a loss of about 1.5 yards on first down.
Really, just at this point, all the Lakers are going to really try and do is just maintain where they're at on the field. Don't really lose any yards. Hold on to the football, drain some clock, and hopefully come away without, or at least 3 points right here.
Escaped about 3 tacklers on that play and ultimately forces Rochester Adams to start using those timeouts with just 1:46 to go in this ball game. West Bloomfield not going to have it any easier going forward next week on the road in Clarkston against the Clarkston Wolves. That game starting off at 7 o'clock in northern Oakland County, the first of 2 upcoming road games for West Bloomfield. We'll have the coverage here on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Before that game, early on next week, This Week in Laker Football, we'll get a preview of that game. We'll talk over what's been an excellent performance for West Bloomfield tonight against Rochester Adams. Always a tough game for the Lakers. And Tony Petrito on the other side put together a great game plan. It's been working pretty well for Rochester Adams in the second half. A resilient team keeping this game very close and not out of reach. 2nd down and 11 for West Bloomfield with 1:46 to play in this game. They're up 36-32. Rochester Adams still with 2 timeouts remaining. Rick Nance in the shotgun, 2 men in the backfield, Dunton and Josh Tate. Hand off to Dunton, he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and then taken back down again. Rochester Adams likely to use that 2nd timeout as they'll set up 3rd down.
It looked like the ball may have came loose right there, but fortunately the Lakers are able to fall on it. And again, now force the Rochester Adams to take their 2nd timeout.
No indication of that just yet with 1:36 to go in this ball game. Now we're seeing both teams going to the sideline, so that would indicate a timeout from Rochester Adams with 1:36 to go. It's going to be a 3rd down and long for West Bloomfield. And the best case scenario for West Bloomfield would be, of course, to advance past the line of the game and run this thing out and take a 4-point win. But the next best thing would be to get this into field goal range and try to make this a 7-point game and force a touchdown by Rochester Adams, ultimately with no timeouts remaining and under 1.5 to play. We'll see how that ultimately unfolds as Rochester Adams and West Bloomfield retake the field. It'll be 3rd down and 11 for West Bloomfield at their 30-yard line. So not quite within the range of Justin Ward, who would be the field goal kicker in that case. So West Bloomfield going to look for that 1st down or maybe perhaps look for the end zone. At the very least, you got to expect a run here to take out that 3rd and final timeout for Rochester Adams. Empty backfield for Rick Nance. Motion from Cam Flowers. Nance going to take it in the pocket. Looking down the field, got a wide open man, and he caught it inside the 10. Brandon Davis-Swain seals it for West Bloomfield. That's going to take away another timeout, likely for Rochester Adams, and deep in Adams territory.
Likely expecting the Lakers defense or offense to run the ball right there, get them to use their last timeout, but instead they use Brandon Davis-Swain to their advantage, kind of similar to how we saw them use pre-score in their last drive. They had him box out the defender, make that crucial catch, and now really they'll just run the clock out here.
And Rochester Adams holding on to that final timeout of theirs, 36-32 in favor of the Lakers. Now on the 1st and goal at the 7-yard line of Rochester Adams with 1:10 to play in this game. Victory formation for the West Bloomfield Lakers, the first of a couple of knees being taken by Rick Nance, as the Lakers looking like they are going to finally break that 2-year, 3-game streak against Tony Petrito and this Rochester Adams team. Haven't beaten them since the 2020 season. when they beat Rochester Adams 37-0. This time, scoring almost as many points, 36 points for West Bloomfield, and in the case of Rochester Adams, 32. A very competitive game as Rick Nance takes that second and final knee. The Swamp waving bye-bye to the Rochester Adams Highlanders. The Lakers going to come away with this victory and advance to 4-1 overall. Lakers 36, Rochester Adams 32 as the final seconds will roll off the clock on a Lakers victory on homecoming night. We'll have the Laker postgame show for you coming up on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Want to enjoy Civic Center TV on your social media? Follow us on Twitter at Civic Center TV. Get notified when we upload one of our interviews, full episodes, and more. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Carry number 9.
My dad and my grandfather are officials. I've grown up around officials and seeing how much they enjoy being part of the games. As a student athlete, I've always appreciated the people out there who are willing to give back to the kids. The Legacy program lets me officiate while I'm still in high school, working younger kids' games. Officiating gives me a better understanding of the game. I get to make some pretty good money for a high school kid, and I even get to spend some quality time with my dad. There's help wanted. Just whistle.
Inside your brain is the control center for how you think, talk, learn, and remember. 10 tips to keep it healthy. Get moving. Read a book. Reduce stress. Sleep well. Eat healthy. Quit smoking. Manage your blood pressure. Challenge your mind. Wear a helmet. Stay social. Be mindful of brain health now to help prevent things like dementia later. Learn more at michigan.gov/mybrainhealth.
This is Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. On cable and the radio. On the web too, and on social media. Civic Center TV, television that's close to home.
It's your Laker postgame show on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. A happy scrum tonight for West Bloomfield after last week's loss on the road at Lake Orion. Bouncing back this week, refocusing and beating a team that's had their number over the past few years. Final score 36 for West Bloomfield and 32 for those Rochester Adams Highlanders. The Lakers advancing to 4-1 overall, and Rochester Adams now 3-2 overall. But Matt, just goes to show you, any week here in the OAA Red Division, you're going to have a highly competitive game. There are no easy wins, and there are no throwaway games in the OAA Red Division.
Yeah, we saw that, or Coach Petrito note on that earlier in the broadcast when Dave asked him about, how he really reacted to West Bloomfield's loss last week to Lake Orion. He really reiterated something similar. And that's something that really you got to pick up on in these games. They're all going to be tough games. They're all going to be hard-fought games. All of these teams are incredibly talented, and it's just incredible games week in and week out.
Scrum down at West Bloomfield High School. You see head coach Zach Hilbers talking to the team. We have Dave Scott down on the field with a microphone. We'll listen in on Coach Hilbers.
Not this week, but last week. This game demands sacrifice. Okay? Sacrifice hurts. Because basically we're asking you to put a personal goal temporarily aside for the team. I understand that. But that's what it takes to win in this league. Okay? So if you're one of those people that sacrifice, don't put your head down. Because next week we play again. Right? Next week we need people to step up. And next week your number can still be called, and we're going to need you to be out there to make plays. And that's for anybody. Okay? That's what this game takes. When we're called, like, defenses can do this and that. They give you this and that. Their offenses can come out in different formations. We made a running team pass. Right? That's because we did our job. Now, could we have done it cleaner? Sure. But we made a running team pass. And that's something. Okay? All I'm saying is enjoy it. Told you, crazy, hectic week, full of a bunch of distractions. We got through it. We weathered it. Enjoy the weekend. You guys earned it. Enjoy the weekend and know next week we haven't won it.
So, guys, Tyler, you can hear they're pretty happy, but they sound a little bit concerned. They didn't have a perfect night of football, but a big, big victory for Bloomfield over Rochester Adams tonight, and we'll certainly be listening in and talking to some of the stars of the performance.
Yeah, big win for the Lakers tonight, and you heard Coach Hilbers talk about sacrifice and stepping up. That's the trade-off when you got a team that's this talented, Matt. You got guys that are going to be big-time performers every single week, but sometimes those big-time performers got to take a step back, and other guys are going to step up, have a really good game, and be able to get their time in the spotlight. And when that happens, you got to be willing to take that step back, take one for the team, as the saying goes, and ultimately you see what happens. You can win those close competitive games as a result.
Yeah, and again, as I said earlier in this broadcast, this attack for the Lakers offense is really like a hydra, so that's really where the sacrifice comes into play. Sometimes it's not always going to be your time to have your number called. Someone else may be open. Someone else may be having a better game. But really, that's where that sacrifice and team mentality comes into play because, yeah, you may not get your number called one play. Someone else may have the hot hand. Next thing you know, you could be open. You could be getting your number called, and it's time to step up.
And you want to talk about stepping up. We've had players stepping up all season long. For injured players, no Montel Johnson yet this season. Out with an injury, no Kari Jackson this season in linebacking core. But Brody Pecor has been fantastic for the Lakers this season, the junior linebacker. We've also seen Blake Simmons have some really huge performances over the last several weeks, making key tackles, assisting on tackles. And over the last couple weeks, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, Will Espy, the defensive back, has also been fantastic for West Bloomfield. That's what Zach Hilbers is talking about when he says these guys are stepping up and playing in the bigger roles and playing exactly as they need them to play to win football games. And in the OAA Red Division, there are no off weeks. Every single week is going to be competitive, whether you're going up against the perennial contenders like the West Bloomfields and the Rochester Adams teams, or you're going up against teams that are in a bit of a rebuilding mode like Oxford has been over the last couple of years. But they've been equally as competitive on the field also this season, giving a lot of teams, including Rochester Adams for a while last week, a lot of trouble.
Yeah, really, again, you cannot underestimate any opponent, really, the OAA red or white. Just phenomenal talent all around this conference. And it's something Lakers are going to, once again, have to take into consideration next week as they have a key matchup with Clarkston.
Clarkston tonight defeating the Oxford Wildcats 39-13, and we'll play West Bloomfield next week. We'll have that live coverage for you on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM after this 36-32 victory at West Bloomfield High School. We'll take a break. More of the Laker postgame show coming up after this on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
One in 4 Michigan homes has high levels of radon, a naturally occurring radioactive gas known to cause lung cancer. It doesn't matter where you live or what type of home you have. You won't even know it's there unless you test. So don't wait. Testing is cheap and easy. And if there's a problem, it's simple to fix. Visit michigan.gov/radon to learn more.
We took action. Will you?
Missed one of our live broadcasts or one of your local municipal meetings? Check it out online at civiccentertv.com. Every meeting, show, and interview on demand. Thank you for watching and listening to Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
The Laker postgame show on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. The Lakers defeating Rochester Adams 36-32 down on the field. We got Dave Scott alongside the head football coach, Zach Hilbers. Dave.
Hey, Zach. Your boys having a good time out there down on the other side of the field.
They earned that. They deserve that, so I'm happy for them. Yeah.
That's a big victory, and, you know, it's a huge victory, and it comes after a frustrating loss last week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, we went up to Lake Orion and played a really good team, and they made winning plays at the end of the game is what I told the kids, and we really didn't. And at the end of this game, it looked like it might go that way as they went down the field and made some great plays. They got the ball to their stud. But when we got the ball back, our hands team, that play Jaden Allos made in the middle of the field and that squib kick, that is so hard to make. He knows that 9-10 guys are like bearing down on him, and he stood his ground and recovered that. And they threw the ball to their stud at the end of the game, and we threw the ball to ours, and our guy made the play and ended it.
Are you surprised that Brandon Davis Swain had the night he had? He was on the other side of the line more than I think Rochester was.
Am I surprised? No, nothing he's going to do that's going to surprise me. I mean, he's been a heck of a player for 4 years since he was a freshman. So, I mean, we know that. I mean, I guess you take it for granted because he's just been so consistent and so dominant for so long. But it definitely doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
And it does have to feel good that you were able to secure this victory. That's a big thing. Winning games is what successful teams do.
Yeah, for sure. And, we didn't make it easy on ourselves. Like the start of the game, we kind of gave them some possessions and, misaligned a little bit and gave them some big plays. But they showed resiliency, you know what I mean? Like we had some bad snaps to start and, didn't hang our head, just kind of buckled down, got ourselves back into the game and got the job done.
Coach, how did you sign up for this season when you only have 3 home games? We're back on the road again next week.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm taking care of our bus drivers, you know what I mean, making sure they get their pay and their overtime. So hopefully they like it at least.
All right, great win tonight. We'll see you next week. Thank you very much. Go enjoy it with your team.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, very good. Back to you, Tyler.
The Lakers winning tonight against Rochester Adams, breaking that 2-season, 3-game losing streak with a 36-32 victory against Rochester Adams. You heard there from head coach Zach Hilbers tonight, and for the Lakers, that is kind of the story. Sacrifice, resilience, coming back from some mishandled plays, some lost opportunities early on in the game, and ultimately executing a well-fought victory at home against Rochester Adams on homecoming night.
Yeah, something that we also noted on earlier in the broadcast, Hilbers noted on as well, that this Lakers team really could have, faltered, buried their head in the sand, got down on themselves after, some bad plays in the first quarter, including some bad snaps, but they didn't. They showed some resiliency. They recognized that it was going to be a hard-fought game the entire time, that they needed to bear down. That's exactly what they did, and they came through in the end.
The Lakers will go on the road next week against Clarkston at Clarkston High School. 2 consecutive road games coming up. You got the Clarkston Wolves, and then it's going to be the Oxford Wildcats. We got Dave Scott back down the field once again with the player of the game tonight, Brandon Davis Swain. Dave, the All-American Brandon Davis Swain.
All right, Tyler says All-American player of the game, Brandon Davis Swain. Big night tonight.
Yes, sir, it was. Yes, sir, it was.
And I know when we talked to you after last week, and a tough game last week, you really turned it around. Extra motivation after what happened last week?
Yeah. I feel like after last week, they seen, like, my team can see that we can be beaten. We have to be locked in practice. So this week was a great week of practice. Everybody came in focused. They wasn't trying to lose no more, so it showed today.
Well, and they made a great effort right at the end of the game. I mean, it was close. Yeah. They were down to 4 points.
Yeah, that's a great team, Rochester Adams team. But our whole thing was to make that team pass, and they were kind of doing good at throwing the ball. So that was it.
So it was a real pleasure before the game. I had a chance to talk to your family. What a big night for you. Just talk about it.
It was a great night. My All-American jersey, that was special. My little sister's here, my mom, my dad. That was a great night. And I performed on this night, too. Touchdown, a couple sacks. Yeah. It was a great night.
A couple. I mean, it seems like you were in the backfield all night.
Yes, sir. They had to block me, but,
All right. So this is a huge year for you, your final year here in West Bloomfield before you go to Colorado. What are your thoughts as you get ready to, go into the second half of the season?
The second half of the season, just stay focused game to game and preparation for that game, like next week. 24-hour rule. We got homecoming tomorrow, so it's after that we're back on the grind, trying to beat Clarkston.
All right, man. I think back to when I went to homecoming in that building. I believe me, as old as I am, I went to homecoming in that building, and it was a great night. Enjoy your homecoming. Thank you very much, Brandon. I appreciate it. Brandon Davis Swain right here with a huge night, and Tyler, I think he deserves a little celebration tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely going to have a fun time tomorrow night at West Bloomfield High School homecoming week as we see the Shield over West Bloomfield High School tonight on a victory on homecoming night. West Bloomfield 36, Rochester Adams 32. The OAA Red Division action for West Bloomfield continues on. Next week they go back on the road. Surprise, surprise. That's kind of the theme of this year's season. Against the Clarkston Wolves, a 7 o'clock kickoff in northern Oakland County. We'll have This Week in Laker Football to preview the game early on in the week, and then next week on the road at Clarkston with that kickoff at 7 o'clock on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Matt, your final thoughts tonight as the Lakers had a hard-fought victory, bounced back after a hard-fought loss last week, but doesn't get any easier from here.
Yeah, really, the two things really stand out to me is the resiliency of this Lakers team. It's been incredible to watch. You know, it's been ups and downs throughout this year, really a roller coaster of a game. That's what football is. You saw that tonight. They really bounced back after their mistakes, didn't allow themselves to get too high, too low. They stayed level-headed, and it paid dividends in the fourth quarter. And then again, just that connection between Rick Nance and Elijah Durham. It is incredible to watch just how they connect on deep balls week in and week out.
A hard-fought win for the Lakers tonight against Rochester Adams. They take care of business. Final score, West Bloomfield 36, Rochester Adams 32. For our entire team, Calvin Brown, Jared Clark, and Daryl Sanders at Master Control, Dave Scott, and Dom Catoni on site. I'm Tyler Kieft alongside Matt Catoni. This has been Laker Football on Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM. Good night.